Oh, Chris is gone.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to AP Macro with Dylan and Allison, and then Chris will be here in just a moment. Just to kind of give you an overview of what's going to be happening today, Dylan will be doing the same thing he did for AP Micro yesterday, and that's we'll be building an interactive study guide together so that you have something tangible to walk away with from the stream. And then I'll be adding that to the green button in just a moment. Again, my name is Tan. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Fiveable. I handle all like the customer support, like the design, and the user experience of everything. So I work directly with Amanda. I know a lot of you already know Amanda. Dylan here is, Dylan is our first like Fiveable user, basically, and it's pretty much an honor to have him still with us because he's gone way above and beyond like anything that we've ever expected, and then that's why we keep bringing him on for these streams. And then we have a new student streamer here, Krish Gupta. That was Amanda right there. And then obviously Miss Allison Powell, she also hosted the stream yesterday's for AP Micro. She did the FRQ practice, and then we'll follow the same stream format as AP Micro today or yesterday and today. But yeah, I'll let you guys introduce yourselves, and then I'll go over kind of like more of the stream structure, and then how they can ask questions and engage.
Who's going first?
Feel free to go, Dylan, Chris, and then Allison.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Dylan. If you saw me last night in the micro stream, you recognize me. I am a junior from New Jersey, and I took AP Macro last year, my sophomore year, and I got a 5 on the exam. So I'm excited to be reviewing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Krish, and I'm a senior from Indiana. And Dylan here is our econ greatest of all time. So he sort of needed a partner to help him out. So I was like, I'd be happy to contribute.
Hi, I'm Allison. I'm a teacher from Tennessee, and I've taught AP Macro for 8 years to a bunch of students because at my school it was a required course. So if they wanted to graduate, they had to take Mrs. Powell, AP Econ.
Awesome.
Excited to be here tonight.
We're super excited to have you back again, Allison. I know you're doing back-to-back 5-hour sessions, and so we appreciate your time with us. Just an update on the stream structure. Like I said, I just added a link to the outline that Dylan will be using. It is viewing only, so you can't mess with him while he's filling it out with you guys, but you can make a copy and download it and fill it out along with you as you go through the stream. And then if you have questions, please click the green button. Once you click inside the green button, there's a link that says post your questions here, and the Fiveable student or teacher will answer it. That's where you can post all your stream questions, any comments you might have. Then keep this tab open so you have some resources available to you. And then, yeah, I mean, Mrs. Allison Powell will be answering questions in the community, and some other folks will be as well. So drop anything you might have to say or ask in there, and we'll try to get to you, at least before the end of the stream or all the way up into the exam. So I won't stay here too much longer, but I just wanted to say thank you for spending your time with us. I know you could be spending it somewhere else, but we really trust our students and teachers to kind of help guide you through this process. So, listen to what they have to say, ask really good questions. All the slides and stuff are linked. So please don't create different threads asking for resources when they're all linked. They're right there available for you in that document. But yeah, I'm going to hop off and let these guys take over, and then we'll see you guys at the break. We'll have a special announcement at the break too. So stay tuned, and we'll see you later.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we're good to get started? All right, I think so. All right, so let me just share the document that I'll be working on all night. There we go. Ms. Powell, if you're still here, can you maximize that for us just so we can get it full screened? And then we can get right into this. All right, perfect. All right, so just as a baseline, just like what are we doing tonight? If you were here for AP Micro last night, welcome back. We're doing pretty much the exact same thing as we did last night, just filling in this giant, it is 20 pages of just pure macro, covering everything you need to know in the course to succeed on the exam. Going from even from just the basics in Unit 1, going all the way to Units 4 and 5, we're talking about like monetary policy and the Phillips curve and crowding out and all that jazz. So, we're just going to order, fill out all the answer keys and all the little blanks, and then as we keep going, we'll be explaining. And then if you guys have any questions, you can feel free to drop that in the community tab if you go to that link that's in there. So just jumping right in here, right? So Unit 1 is all about just basic economic concepts, right? So what is the bare minimum that you need to know for this exam, right? And the first topic that you learn in economics in general, whether macro, micro, is the idea of scarcity, right? The idea of scarcity is that we have infinite wants, but limited resources, right? So you may want, a billion things. Often isn't stuff in the world for all of your wants, right? There are scarce resources, right? And the reason we look at scarce resources is because scarcity forces society and individuals to make choices, right, based off of those limited resources. And that's the whole idea of economics, right? I'll ask a lot of people, right, what do you think economics is? And a lot of them say, oh, it's the study of money, it's the study of banking, the study of finance. When in reality, economics is all about how do we allocate resources in such a way that we can maximize benefit based off of the choices that we make. And that's the whole idea of economics. However, right, as we know, when we make a choice that's going to be a trade-off, right, we are going to give up something, and that's called a trade-off. Like what we give up when we make a choice, right? You can either do your history homework or you can go play soccer, right? You make a choice, and the trade-off is, right, the other thing that you could have chosen to do. The opportunity cost, right? The opportunity cost of a choice is the cost of the next best thing, right? So going back to the example with studying for your history test or going and playing soccer, right? If you choose to sit inside and study for history for 3 hours, right? Those 3 hours that you spent studying history, well, you have just lost 3 hours that you could have spent having fun with your friends playing soccer. And that's what the opportunity cost is, right? It's not necessarily a dollar value, but it is something that you are giving up to make a choice, right? And we represent opportunity cost on what we call the productions possibilities curve, right? What the production possibilities curve tells us is all of the combinations of goods that we can produce, right, based off of the opportunity costs. And we have to know a couple of basic shapes for the PPC, right? We want to know that if it's bowed out, just like this, right, we have an increasing opportunity cost. I'll try op cost, right? So we see it here, right? If we want to produce some more consumer goods, right, we are going to go over and down a little bit. We want to produce the same amount, we're going to go over and down a little bit more, then over and down more, and more, all the way until we go over the same amount and we go all the way down here. And that's the idea of increasing opportunity cost, right? Similarly, if we have a straight production possibilities curve, we have constant opportunity cost, right? Basically, imagine this was a straight line. If you go over the same amount, you'll be going down the same amount as well. It is a constant opportunity cost. And you'll see a constant opportunity cost between more things that are in similar markets. So things like if you were looking at between corn and wheat, or between, I don't know, corn and wheat is the one example I know. Whereas if you're looking at two things that are not very, you'll probably increase opportunity cost, right? And similarly, even though this is much, much less common, about in PPC, right, if it looks sort of like that, right, you are having a decreasing opportunity cost. And that's the idea that as we move forward and forward, this amount that you have to go down diminishes over quantity, right? And when we look at the production possibilities curve, right, not only do we have this one curve, but we can shift out and can shift it in, right? And so this depends on things like technology, right? So if we see an increase in tech, for example, we'll see an outward shift in the PPC, and vice versa. Just as like a layoff for this whole stream, if I ever say something happens and something shifts to the right, typically, and I'll mention if not, the opposite will occur as well. So like if we're talking about ADAS, if consumer spending increases, AD shifts to the right. When I say that, you can implicitly know when the opposite happens, the opposite shift will happen, right? And vice versa, assuming all things held constant, right? We have things like population, right? If population increases, then the PPC will shift out. And then we have things like natural disasters, right? If you'll see this problem a lot, right? Where if we see, a storm hits an area and ruins, half of the orange trees in a farm, this will cause the production possibilities curve, to shift inwards, right? And that's because we have less, just physically less capital, but also less possibilities of production that we could go around, right? And when we look at the production possibilities curve, we want to look at these 3 points, right? 1 point inside the curve, 1 point on the curve, and 1 point outside of the curve. So when we're looking inside of the curve, right, we want to know that this is efficient. And the reason for this is because we could just go and we could make more capital goods or more consumer goods, and we wouldn't have to give up anything, right? Whereas at point B, this is efficient. We are quantitatively efficient. We are accurately and effectively producing and allocating our goods at a certain point, right? Point C is unattainable with current resources, right? The only way that we can reach point C is 2 ways. One, an outward shift in the production possibilities curve, right? If we get more technology or more population or more something, right, that will shift it out to C. Or if we get to point C and we look at trade, right? If we can trade to get to consume at point C. And that brings up probably the hardest and most important part of, of AP Macro, right? Of this unit in AP Macro, which is trade and comparative advantage, right? So when we look at comparative advantage, there are 2 types of advantage. There's absolute advantage and comparative advantage. So absolute advantage is the idea that you can produce more or produce with less resources, right? So if you are producing 100 ships while another country is producing 30, you have the absolute advantage. Or if you can produce 1 ship in 10 hours and another can produce one in 15 hours, you have the absolute advantage because you can use less resources such as time to make that. And that's the idea of an absolute advantage. Comparative advantage is really the difficult part here, right? So comparative advantage means you produce for a lower opportunity cost, right? You are giving up less to make that much product. And we have an example down here, but the first thing that you want to note is that there are 2 types of comparative advantage problems, right? There are input problems and there are output problems. When you're looking at input problems, right, the opportunity cost, you take the other number and put it under, right, when you're dealing with the opportunity cost. And we'll look at that in a little bit. And then similarly, things like products and whatever are considered output problems, right? And so you'll do opportunity cost with other over. And again, we'll take a look real quick, right? 1 second, I'm just going to add this down here. Okay, so if we're looking at this chart right here, right, we have the United States and we have France, each producing planes and cruise ships, right? So the United States produces 20 planes and 2 cruise ships. France produces 12 planes and 2 cruise ships. So if we're looking at absolute advantages, in planes, right, we have the United States producing 20, France producing 12. So therefore, the United States has the absolute advantage, in planes. Similarly, if we look at ships, right, we have the United States producing 2 and France producing 2, meaning that neither, has an absolute advantage because they're both producing the same amount. So next, let's start looking at comparative advantages, right? So if we're looking at our comparative advantage, we want to find the opportunity cost of each good. So here, right, we have an output problem, so we put the other over. So we have 2 over 20 ships, right? And then we can simplify this fraction to 1 over 10, right? And similarly, we can take the reciprocal of this opportunity cost and we'll get 10 planes, right? And you can kind of see this, that like if you have 2 ships and 20 planes, one of these ships is the equivalent of 10 of these planes, right? You can think of almost just dividing it up. Similarly, right, we take the other over for France and we have 1 plane is equal to 1/6 of a ship, right? And that's just 2 over 12 is 1 over 6. Let's just simplify the fraction one more time. And similarly, if we flip that fraction, 1 ship is 6 planes. So now we have our comparative advantages, our opportunity costs. There we go, that's the word. And so now we want to figure out which of these for planes and cruise ships is lower. So we compare, for the United States, to make 1 plane, they have to give up 1/10 of a ship. For France, to make a plane, they give up 1/6 of a ship. Therefore, the United States will give up less for the same amount of planes. Similarly, if we look at cruise ships, we have one ship is 10 planes versus one ship is 6 planes. So France has the comparative advantage in cruise ships, right? So that brings up the whole idea of specialization. So when you're trading, right, I'm going to make it a little smaller, we can see the whole thing right there. So we're looking at who should produce planes, right? You want to produce what you have the comparative advantage in. So here, the United States is going to produce planes, right? Not the United States, plural. And who should produce ships? Well, France, because France has the comparative advantage. So the next idea is the idea of terms of trade, right? So we know that the United States are producing planes, and France will produce ships, right? And so now we have to decide, all right, how do we trade, right? If we're going to be both producing this, we need to actually trade so we can each have both good. So let's say, for example, right, France trades, so France gives up one plane, right, and trades it for how many cruise ships, right? So we're looking at how many cruise ships. So the United States is going to gain one ship, right? So therefore, they want at least, they don't want to give up more than 10 planes, right? That's because they could produce one ship for the cost of 10 planes. So if they have to give up 12 planes for one ship, right, they are not going to do it because of the fact that their cost is lower here than it would be to trade. Right, so we know that, let's call it X is the number we actually trade. It's going to be less than 10. But we also know that France is going to want back at least, excuse me, right? Chris, I want to make sure I'm doing this right? Because this is the one topic that I always tend to struggle with. So I just want to make sure I'm doing this right so far, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Right. So France gives up one plane, right? So the United States is not going to want to give up. France is producing. Sorry, the United States. That's what's going to happen. The United States is producing planes. So France is going to gain one plane, and their cost for planes is 1/6 of a ship. So they're going to want at the very least 1/6 of a ship, right? So France is going to give up 1/6 of a ship, right? So therefore, they want to get more out of that transaction, right? They want to, right? France is giving up for how many cruise ships? So right, France is giving up between 1/6, right, cruise ships here, but the United States, right, they're trading one plane, right? They don't want to get, they want to get at least 1/10 of a ship out of this because otherwise their one plane wouldn't cover their costs. And so the amount that France is going to give up is going to be somewhere between 1/6 and 1/10. Right, so there we go. And similarly, if France was giving up one ship, it would be between 10 and 6 and 10. All right, these are the terms are typically pretty difficult, just because it's kind of a lot to wrap your head around, a lot of numbers, a lot of just numbers. But it could show up in your exam, so it's definitely worth taking a look at.
You had it correct. You had it good.
Huh? This is okay, or did I mess it up?
No, you did. You did a great job.
Okay, I just want to make sure because this is the one topic that like I get hairy with. So once again, to state this, comparative advantage explains specialization, right? It is the reason why we don't in the United States produce everything, right? We have the resources to produce most things, right? We could make iPhones at home. We could make, things at home. But the reason that we don't is because the costs are just too high, right? If we trade, we can not only get more, we can get it for a lower cost. And that's the idea of specialization, right? And of course, this is a very simplified model. You know, the world doesn't have two countries, the world doesn't produce two things, but these same rules govern very closely to our trade today. And it's the reason why trade is favored by most economists. So the final thing in Unit 1 is just a basic overview of supply and demand in markets, right? So if we look at the law of demand, right? The law of demand tells us that if the price goes up, the quantity demanded will go down, which implies a downward sloping demand curve. I'm going to go pretty quickly through this part because you're never going to be asked market supply and demand on the exam, but it's still something you need to know for the future units generally, right? And so the law of supply similarly tells us that if price goes up, quantity supplied will also go up. And that means that we have an upward sloping supply curve, right? And that causes that, that famous X that you see with supply and demand. And so we're looking at equilibrium and disequilibrium in markets. So equilibrium for a market is when the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied, right? At this point right here, there we go. Right here, supply and the demand intersect at this QE quantity equilibrium and at this price at equilibrium. Right. However, sometimes the market isn't at equilibrium, right? There's sometimes when the price is too high or when the price is too low. And these will cause either shortages or surpluses. So a shortage, right? A shortage is the idea. There we go. A shortage is the idea that quantity demanded is greater than quantity supplied, right? People are clamoring to get this good, however, it's not being produced. And this would occur at a lower price, right? And that's because if you look at the quantity demanded, right, if you imagine a line going across here, we are going to have a quantity demanded here and a quantity supplied there. So quantity demanded is greater than quantity supplied. Similarly, we can have a surplus, and that is, you may get quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded, right? So right up here, if we have a price too high, producers are going to love this. They're going to produce a ton, but consumers are not going to consume as much just simply because the price is too high. By the law of demand, that means that the quantity demanded will go down. And so in general, right, which way will the price be pushed? It will be pushed towards equilibrium, right? So if we have a price too high, we're going to be pushed down and vice versa. Down too low, we're going to have a shortage, a shortage at a price too low, and therefore price is going to be pushed up, right? And then we have the last part of this, right, which has to do with economic systems, right? So there are 3 types of economic systems that you have to know for the AP Macro exam, right? So there's a command economy, and that is where the government decides pretty much everything about the government, but basically decides what's produced, how much is produced, etc. Right? The government decides this. And similarly with a market economy, right, the law of supply and demand, the laws of supply and demand govern the market. Right? So instead of having the government come in and regulate markets and do things like that, a true market economy has very little, if any, government involvement whatsoever. Right? And that's because the idea that markets will find their market equilibrium, right, in the long run, and will eventually settle there based off of the laws of supply and demand. And therefore, the government shouldn't throw off that balance. And then a mixed economy has to do with basically a combination of these two, right? So we have some government, some market. And this is pretty much the majority of the world's economic system, right? You think about the United States today, of course, we live in a capitalist society where there's free enterprise, there is privatization. However, to say that the government is not involved in our economy is a blatant lie, right? We definitely have a mixed economy in that sense where you can go out and you can go to the mall, and you aren't going to buy from the government-sponsored shoe store or whatever. You're going to buy from, I don't know, Nike, Adidas, any of those, right? And another idea with a market economy, and this also occurs in a mixed economy, is that market economies base themselves off of competition, right? You think you have, right, going back to my shoe example, right, you have Adidas and you have Nike, right? The two of those, because everything is run by laws of supply and demand, the idea is prices are going to be pushed down by competition and there's more consumer choice. Whereas with a command economy, there's one place that you can buy anything, right, based on the government. And similarly, these 3 market structures can be seen in capitalism, socialism, and communism. I won't get too much into like the little nitty gritty between socialism and communism, but just know that in general, and I'm really trying to mark my words here so I don't get political. Capitalism is generally the opposite of communism, right? I don't want to say that, any one system is better because that's not my place nor the point of the stream. But basically, right, capitalism is more of a market economy, whereas communism is more of a command economy. And then socialism is not an entirely mixed economy, but communism is a form of socialism, right? And I'm not going to get too into it because it's not going to be tested that heavily. All right, so moving into Unit 2, Krish, you can take it away with Unit 2 if you want.
Yes. So will my screen be shared then, or can you just type?
No. Yeah, I'll type for you.
Okay. So Unit 2 is all about macroeconomic measures. And you might have learned about other measures in your class, like Human Development Index and GPI, because there are critiques of GDP, but by far the most widely used measure of economy is GDP for countries out there. And the formal definition for GDP is the market value of all goods and services in a country. So market value of all goods and services produced in a country. What is excluded from a GDP? Now, there are a lot of things that are excluded from a GDP. Some things that are just hard to measure, but some things are just don't want to be double counted. Some of the main ones are non-market transactions, intermediate goods, underground economy, like illegal sales or people who don't report their taxed income, you buying stocks or buying bonds. Because those are not really creating new goods and services, right? They're just, changes in the forms of money and transfer payments to, social.
Oh, okay. I think Krish just hopped out. So I guess I will keep going in his place, I guess. That's unfortunate. All right. Anyways, oh, you're back. Okay.
Sorry, I got disconnected for a second.
No, you're good. Sorry, I was just about to keep going, but you can keep going.
And there are different ways to measure the GDP. You have the spending approach, the income approach, and the value-added approach. The most wide used one is the spending approach, whereas the consumer spending, the C, investment spending, so that's the business spending, G, which is the government spending, and then XN is your net imports. So it's your exports minus imports. And so you can see how sort of all players in an economy, consumers, investors, government, all play a role in the GDP. The biggest one here is consumer spending, though, and that is approximately 70% of GDP. The second approach right here, the WARP approach, is the income approach. So you have wages, rent, profit, basically sort of the other side of, the spending approach. So you can this sort of supports the circular flow model too, which we will get to later. And I saw in the community, there were a few questions about economic growth and balance sheets, and those are more Unit 4 and 5 topics, so we'll get to those soon. Okay. What does GDP not measure that GDP per capita does? So GDP per capita, if you don't know, is just GDP divided by the population. So standard of living is one thing that GDP doesn't measure, and that's one of the reasons, other measures have been proposed for, like Human Development Index and stuff, because there's no way of knowing how the GDP does per person. The second big topic for Unit 2 is unemployment. And labor force is the idea of all adults who are either employed or actively seeking work. And that's important to notice. People who are unemployed but still want a job and are looking for a job are still in the part of the labor force that a lot of people miss. What is not in the labor force is the discouraged worker group, because they have given up, they tried to look for a job, but maybe they couldn't find one, so they have just given up at this point. So that's why, because they're not looking for a job, we don't technically count them in the labor force. The formula for unemployment is total number of unemployed divided by labor force. And then if you want to convert that to a percentage, you can multiply by 100, but just remember that discouraged workers don't count. Next thing is types of unemployment. And this is sometimes tested on the macro exam based on the vocab. And I would say it is kind of important to know the differences between these. Cyclical unemployment is when you have unemployment due to the economic cycle. So maybe there's recession and the economy is not doing so bad. So you just have unemployment due to just the natural variations in the economic cycle. Frictional unemployment is when you're between jobs. So maybe you've just left your previous job, you've just gotten out of college, and people want to hire you, but you're just sort of between jobs for now. Structural is where you actually lack the skills. You're having a hard time finding jobs. That could be, maybe technology has taken over your job, and there's some other vocab words in here that aren't as important, sort of like seasonal unemployment, like people who work at water parks, they're only open for summer. And technological unemployment, which is sort of a part of structural unemployment, where technology takes over your job, and we're seeing that more and more. So I would say the most negative one of these is structural unemployment, but those are different types of unemployment. The natural rate of unemployment occurs when there is zero cyclical unemployment. So when the economy is at full employment, this is usually around 3 to 4% unemployment, because you need to realize there's a difference between full employment and zero unemployment total, because it's incredibly tough to have just everyone working. Therefore, we shoot for full employment, which is zero cyclical unemployment. There's a distinction to be made there with zero unemployment. The next topic is inflation. Inflation, there's different definitions for it, but you could just call it, measure of the price level or a general increase in price. And the opposite of that would be, deflation, which would be like a sort of like a decrease in the general level of price indexes. And these have showed up quite often on, FRQs too. Where you have to do math with it. So, there are some things where students are like, what is the equation I need to know? Or what are the formulas or math? This is one of the important topics you should focus on. And so the consumer price index, the CPI, is a price index based on a market basket of goods. I think the normal basket they use is around 300 goods. So it's the 300 most popular goods, and they sort of try to measure the entire economy based on those goods. In the base year, the year we compare CPI to, it's always 100. So in our base year, CPI is 100, and that's what it is. And then the formula for CPI is given by given year cost of the basket divided by base year cost, and then you just multiply by 100 to get it as a percentage. The other sort of thing that does the same thing is a GDP deflator, which measures inflation based on nominal and real GDP. And this is one of the popular things that have showed up on previous AP exams too. And you guys might have done some math with this one. Yes, real GDP is adjusted for inflation. Nominal is not adjusted for inflation. The formula for GDP deflator is nominal over real GDP and times 100. And it's important because this is one of those things that don't have units, because you have GDP over GDP, you got dollars over dollars, they cancel out. So it's sort of just like, a unitless measure. And sort of a point I need to stress here is GDP deflator and inflation, consumer price index, they both measure inflation. So, students ask, what's the difference? Well, the differences are very minuscule. But you need to remember that consumer price index is only for a basket of goods, while GDP takes into account the entire, the aggregate GDP of all goods. So GDP is more broad, but CPI, you would say, why is CPI any good? Because it only measures a certain basket. You need to remember that consumer spending, if we go back, is 70% of GDP. So CPIs let you take a look at the consumer spending portion, which is the majority of our GDP. So while they're very similar, there are subtle differences between GDP and consumer price index. And then the formula for inflation rate is your change in price index. So the percent change formula final minus initial over initial, new minus old over old. I mean, however you were taught in your economics or science classes. And this is also a topic that's tested. Who does inflation help and hurt? Usually they will have a question, they might ask, there was a rise in nominal wages and then inflation was this much. What happened to real wages? That's a very common question. So you should remember, I think we might have it later that, nominal wages equals real wages plus inflation. So if inflation is higher than the nominal wage increase, then the real wage actually decreased. So when the question asks you about real wages, make sure you take account both nominal wages and inflation. So, and then the follow-up questions they ask in AP exam is, who does inflation help? They'll give you that there's inflation or deflation, and they'll say, yes.
Never mind, no, it glitched out a little bit, so sorry. I don't know if that was just for me or for everyone.
Okay. So they will ask you, who does this inflation help or hurt? If you have a fixed rate, remember that borrowers are helped from inflation. Why? Because they have to pay back fewer real dollars. When you have inflation, the purchasing power of the dollar does not go as far. So the dollar that you have doesn't buy you as much. So borrowers have to pay back fewer real dollars, so they're helped. The lenders, the exact opposite side. They get fewer real dollars, so they're hurt. And then you can make the connection between borrowers, lenders, and savers and say, because lenders are hurt, savers must hurt too. Because the savings they have, the dollars they own translate to fewer real dollars. And so people with fixed incomes are also hurt because, their incomes aren't increasing to keep up with the inflation. But the owners of physical assets are helped because they're the ones owning the assets and not the actual cash. So because the purchasing power is down, they're helped by that.
Right, and then prices will also go up. So if you own like a farm or something and you own that land, if the inflation goes up, the price of your land will go up, and therefore you'll get more money, even though technically, hypothetically, the real value would stay the same. But you would technically pay higher nominal price for your physical assets.
Right. And then the next topic here is the business cycle. And this is one diagram that is important to know. The diagonal line right here, that is your full employment. So natural rate of unemployment, whatever you want to call it, there are different names for it. So you can see here, as the economy, this is expansion, you're going up, GDP is increasing, you get to your peak or your top or time of most prosperity. And then naturally you go down in recession, and then you have trough, which is, sort of like the worst of economic times. Then you get back up and go down. And this is just a natural cycle that economies follow, especially market economies. Above the line, the above gap is an inflationary gap because you realize that nominal GDP is greater than real GDP, which is at full unemployment. So there's inflation, and the below gap is a recessionary gap because nominal GDP is below real GDP or potential GDP. The next thing we have is sort of a diagram here. The circular flow. This is an important topic, but it's not tested as often. The biggest concept you need to know is total expenditures equals total income. So everything that goes in comes out. The two players in this market are your households or your individuals. And on the other sides, you have your businesses and factories. And then, they sort of interact in the product market and the factor market. And you have to realize that it's sort of just what goes around comes around sort of deal, because households, give their labor and all as inputs to the factor market. Now, those inputs are resources for the business. And, the business in turn provide goods and services to the product market, and those goods and services are used up by the households. And then, individuals get paid by the businesses. That's their income. And then when individuals buy stuff, they pay, they consume it, and that's revenue for businesses. So it's the same sort of stuff. Total expenditures equals total income, just going around in loops.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that like a lot of people don't think of households as people who sell things, but in reality, right, when you go to work every day, you're technically selling your labor in exchange for income in the factor market, right? So in the factor market, you are actually a seller, whereas in the product market, you are a buyer, right? You consume goods and services for revenue. So that's the idea that, yeah, like Chris was just saying, everything that goes in goes out. All right, what's next? Cool. Any other stuff you have to mention on Unit 2, or are we good?
That's it from me.
All right. All right, so moving into Unit 3, right? Unit 3 is definitely one of the more important units, in my opinion, especially brings up probably the most important graph in the whole class, which is the graph of aggregate demand, short-run aggregate supply, and long-run aggregate supply. So the first question we want to ask is, right, why do we have a downward sloping aggregate demand curve, right? And the first one of these, right, is the wealth effect, right? So the wealth effect is the idea that when you have lower prices, right, so with lower prices, you have more real wealth, right, because your prices are lower, therefore your dollars go further, as we just learned with inflation. So we have more real wealth, which means that consumption will rise, right? More consumption, meaning a higher quantity, right? And so that's the idea. Excuse me. Just want to pull that up. There we go. So that's the idea of the wealth effect, right? The idea that when you have lower prices, and the opposite occurs, right? When you have higher prices, right, your real wealth is lower, and therefore you are going to consume less because things are more expensive, right? Similarly, right, when we have the interest rate effect, right? So what occurs when a change in the price level leads to a change in interest rates, and similarly, interest sensitive spending, right? I'll write this down in just a second, right? So when you keep less money in your pocket and more in the bank when the price level drops, right? And this will drive down interest rates and leads to more investment spending and interest sensitive consumption, right? And we'll get a lot into how interest rates work and how banks and the money supply works. But all you understand is basically that when price level drops, right, you more in the bank, which will therefore increase the money supply, lower interest rates, and lead to more investment spending, right? And interest-sensitive consumption, stuff like buying houses, buying cars, right? Where you don't just buy it, but you actually, right, you purchase it based off of an interest rate, right? And so we think about, right, what shifts our aggregate demand curve, right? And these will be changes in C, I, G, and XN. Basically, anything that will increase GDP will shift aggregate demand to the right, right? So an increase in consumer spending, right? If we think about this, this will increase C, and therefore this will shift aggregate demand to the right, right? And this will then, if we think about what this does to GDP and quantity, this will increase real GDP and and increase price level. We think about a decrease in nominal interest rates. Well, you think about when nominal interest rates go down, you're going to see an increase not in consumer spending, but in investment spending, and in consumer spending, interest spending. But a lot of that impact is going to come from investment, right? And so we are going to see again is shifts to the right, right? Similarly, if you see a decrease in taxes, right, that means we have less being taken away, higher incomes, and an increase in consumption. So that will once again shift it to the right. And if any of these were the opposite, it would shift it to the left, right? Because it decreases either consumption or investment and shifts things to the left. So when we're looking at aggregate demand, right, when it shifts to the right, aggregate demand will cause demand pull inflation. This can be thought of as the too much money spent chasing too few goods, right? When you shift aggregate demand to the right, this leaves the price level up because of the fact of spending or investment spending or government spending and too much money is chasing too few goods, leading to increases in the price level. This is called demand pull inflation. So if we're thinking about short-run aggregate supply, right? Short-run aggregate supply shifts with changes in input prices, right? For business, you have input prices, right? You need to buy machinery, you need to hire your workers, you need to buy materials, right? And that all has to do with how much you supply. So what shifts the short-run aggregate supply? Changes in these input prices, right? So for example, if we see oil prices increase, right, therefore we will see the curve shift to the left, because when oil prices increase, it becomes more expensive to produce, and therefore this curve will shift to the left, right? So, however, if we have an increased labor supply, right, population goes up, therefore we will have an increase to the right, right? And so when we're looking at short-run aggregate supply, we want to look at a term called stagflation, right? So stagflation is one of those terms that you hear probably a lot on the news. You might have heard it in history class talking about 70s and 80s. Stagflation is the idea that we have rising prices, but also lowering real GDP, right? And this is caused by a leftward shift in the short-run aggregate supply. And actually, this has happened before. A very similar situation in the 80s, in 70s and 80s. There was a huge spike in oil prices, and this led to, by this model, a short-run aggregate supply shifting to the left, and it caused stagflation throughout the majority of the late 70s and 80s, right? And so that was a key example of stagflation in action, lowering GDP, but prices, the worst thing that can happen to an economy, right? And similarly, right, short-run aggregate supply shifts can cause cost push inflation, and cost push inflation is the same as stagflation. Right, so those are our two curves, and we'll look at a graph in just a second so we can visualize this. But our third curve is the long-run aggregate supply. And all we need to know for now with Unit 3 is that the long-run aggregate supply is vertical at the full employment level of output, right? And that's the idea that where long-run equilibrium hits that axis, right? When it hits that axis, that's our potential GDP, right? If we're above it or below it, we have some sort of inflationary or recessionary gap. So let me just zoom in here for a second. Here we have the graph itself. So we have price level on the axis, GDP on the axis. We have our aggregate demand, our short-run aggregate supply, and our long-run aggregate supply, which is completely vertical at the long-run potential GDP. And when all three intersect at one point, this is what we call our long-run equilibrium, right? And long-run equilibrium is basically the idea that if you let the economy sit for long enough, it will adjust itself back to here. And we'll get into long-run adjustments in just a minute. But it's the idea that no matter where you are in the economy, eventually it will reach this equilibrium state in the long run, right? However, short-run equilibrium, right, is basically just where aggregate demand in a short-run aggregate, no matter what it is, that is our short-run equilibrium. So when short-run equilibrium is less than long-run aggregate supply, we see a recessionary gap, right? If we saw this point where aggregate demand and short-run aggregate supply, if they intersected, say, here at this quantity, we would have a gap that's recessionary. Similarly, if short-run equilibrium is less than long-run aggregate supply, we have an inflationary gap, right? And I always like to remember these by thinking about shifts in aggregate demand, right? If aggregate demand shifts to the left, right, we have short equilibrium less than long-run aggregate supply, and therefore we have a recessionary gap. Similarly, right, when we shift to the right, we're going to have an inflationary gap where we have a higher quantity than long-run potential GDP. So here's an example, right, where we have an aggregate demand and short-run aggregate supply in a recessionary gap, where this is our short-run equilibrium, right here, that YSR, and this YFE is our full employment level of output. And this distance between the two is our recessionary gap, right? We want to increase GDP by this much to restore long-run equilibrium. Similarly, for the inflationary gap, we have our short-run equilibrium above full employment, right, leading to an inflationary gap. And inflationary gaps are marked by high inflation and low unemployment, and recessionary gaps are marked by high unemployment and low inflation, right? Generally, unless it is things like stagflation. All right, so the next big topic in Unit 3 is all about the multiplier effect, right? And this is an idea that was derived by a guy named John Maynard Keynes way back in the 1930s, I want to say 1930s, maybe the 40s. And it's basically the idea, right? I'll define it right here for you guys before we get into the math, since if you understand the concept, you can better understand the math. It's basically the idea, right, that that a certain amount of spending will lead to a larger increase or decrease, right? Well, if you increase spending, you're going to see an increase in GDP. So a larger increase in GDP than the amount of spending. So, for example, the government might spend $10 million, but GDP might go up 30 million, and that's the idea of the multiplier effect, right? And the way that Keynes derived this is basically by coming up with two measures, right? The marginal propensity to consume and the marginal propensity to save. And put those down, but we can go over the formulas real quick. The marginal propensity to consume is essentially, right, if you got a raise, right? Let's say someone comes up to you and gives you an extra $100, right? That's the idea. The marginal propensity to consume is basically of that $100 that you get, how much are you going to go out and actually spend, right? And typically for the United States, this is something like 0.97, right? It's like 97% coming out of spend. I'm going to make that a colon so you don't think of it as a negative sign, right? And similarly, the marginal propensity to save is the change in saving over the change in income, right? And so when we're looking at the marginal propensity to consume and save, we know that MPC plus MPS must equal 1. And the reason for this is that you can either do one of two things with your income, right? You can either spend it, right? You can go to the mall and buy yourself a new pair of shoes, go to the movies, right? Go buy some food, or you can save, right? You can put it in the bank, let it collect interest, put it in your retirement account. I don't know, right? That will be saving, right? And the way that we look at the multiplier effect is by using these two measures of MPC and MPS. So the simple spending multiplier, and this is going to be applied when we do government spending, that is equal to 1 over MPS, or similarly, 1 over 1 minus MPC. And these things are the same because if you look back at this equation, if we subtract MPC from both sides, we get 1 minus MPC, so MPS and 1 minus MPC are the same, right? Similarly, the tax multiplier is MPC over MPS. And I'm not going to get derivations now. I dropped a Khan Academy link right there where Sal Khan derives the simple spending multiplier, and it's mind-blowing. It's really interesting, but not going to be tested, so we're not going to look at it, right? But it is really cool if you're interested. Especially the whole idea of Keynesian economics has to do with things like consumption functions and the Keynesian cross and stuff. If you're interested in economics, really look into it. It's super interesting stuff, along with the ISLM model and stuff. But anyway, moving back to macro, right? The tax multiplier, right? This MPC over MPS will always be less than the spending multiplier. And what this tells us is that changes in taxes will not go as far as changes in spending, right? If you decrease taxes by $10 million and you spend $10 million, that spending will go farther than the changes in taxes based off of the simple spending multiplier and the tax multiplier. And the reason that the simple spending multiplier is always greater than the tax multiplier is because let's compare 1 over MPS and MPC over MPS, right? Excuse me. Wait. Did I screw that up? Right. The tax multiplier will always be less than the simple spending multiplier, correct?
Yeah, tax multipliers will always be 1 less than the spending multiplier.
Right. Okay. Right. So it'll always be less than the spending multiplier. And that you can look at just by comparing those two fractions, right? Because if you think about MPC will always number between 0 and hypothetically 1, right? However, this is 1. And so MPC is always less than 1. So 1 over MPS is greater than MPC over MPS, right? Mathematically, that's how you would look at it. So when we're looking at the multiplier effect, right? The change in GDP, right? These are two equations that you might want to know, is going to be equal to the simple spending multiplier, I'm just going to say SSM, times the change in spending, right? And similarly, change in GDP will be equal to negative the MPS times the change in taxes. Right? And that negative sign can be applied to the change in taxes or to the MPS because it's all multiplication. But yeah. So if we just come up with a quick practice problem here, right? So let's say the MPC is 0.8 and the government increases spending by 10 million, right? And we want to know the change in GDP. Our first step is to find the simple spending multiplier, which is equal to 1 over MPS. So to find MPS, right, we know that MPC is 0.8, so MPS must be 0.2, right? We know that because they have to add up to 1. So 1 over 0.2. And these are some things that you want to memorize, right? You kind of want to know how to do 1 over 0.2 in your head. It's equal to 5. Right? Similarly, you should know 1 over 0.25, 1 over 0.5, right? Stuff like that. Those are just like 1 over 1/5, 1 over 1/4. And so they're pretty easy to do in your head. So step 2, we want to look at that formula. 2, we know the change in GDP. I'm going to actually just copy and paste it. The change in GDP is going to be equal to 5, right? The simple spending multiplier, times the change in spending, which is $10 million, which means that the change in GDP equals $50 million just from that $10 million increase in government spending, right? And that will be our final answer, right? So, and this can also go backwards where they might tell you, right, the government wants to increase GDP by $50 million. If MPC is 0.8, how much should they increase spending by? You'll just have to work backwards a little bit. And I think there might be a free response question on that later. If not, take a look at 2019-1 and look at the scoring guide for that. That is going to have part of it be a multiplier question. It's a really good multiplier question to look at since it has you working backwards. All right, so here's a link to a Khan Academy derivation of the multiplier theory, multiplier effect. I'm not going to watch it because it's like 20 minutes long, but feel free. It's absolutely mind-blowing. So moving back into our ideas of the aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, right? So if no action is taken to adjust aggregate demand, aggregate supply model, right? No monetary policy, no fiscal policy that we'll get over to in a second, right? What will happen in the long run, right? So in the long run, right, when you have a recessionary gap, right, prices are low, right? So therefore, nominal wages will go down because prices have gone down, and nominal and real wages will be maintained, right? And this is assuming anything like no sticky prices, no sticky wages. Let's just assume all those ideas are not applying here. Let's apply flexible wages, flexible prices, right? And so then when prices have gone down, short-run aggregate supply will shift right to close the recessionary gap, right? So let's go back up here to look at this recessionary gap. So we see this recessionary gap, and in the long run, this short-run aggregate supply curve will shift to the right up to long-run equilibrium, right? And that will close the gap, right? And similarly, right, in an inflationary gap, nominal wages will go up because prices have gone and real wages will be maintained. And therefore, short-run aggregate supply will shift to the left to close the inflationary gap. So let's go back up and look again at our graph. Right, short and aggregate supply is here, and it's going to shift to the left to close that inflationary gap. Right, price level will still rise, but we will lower our GDP point. We are at that full employment level of output. All right, finally, we're done with Unit 3 almost. Right, the idea of fiscal policy. Right, so fiscal policy has to do with changes in government spending or in taxes, right? So anything that really, like, you think about Congress, that's what they do, right? So you think increases in spending, decreases in taxes, increases in taxes, increases in spending, right? And if you watch the news, right, you'll see the government maybe decreasing taxes to provide economic stimulus, or they will, if you think about, like, a really good example of this would be in the Great Depression, right? In the Great Depression, FDR, right, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he supports a couple of programs that basically boost government spending and government building of infrastructure, things like the Works Progress Administration. And that's the same idea of fiscal policy, right? He increases government spending to provide stimulus, right? And this is the idea of expansionary fiscal policy, right? Whereas in aggregate demand, it'll increase aggregate demand, whereas with sorry, I just forgot what it was called. Oh my goodness. Whereas contractionary policy will decrease aggregate demand, right? If we cut spending, if we raise taxes, it will lead to a decrease in aggregate demand. And the reasons for this is, right, so if we think about changes in government spending, this is the most obvious, right? If we go back to what shifts our aggregate demand, changes in government spending will shift aggregate demand in general. So if there's an increase in government spending, we'll shift to the right. And if there's a decrease in government spending, we'll shift to the left, right? Similarly, if we look at a decrease or increase in taxes, this will change the amount of disposable income that a family has, and therefore we will see changes in consumer spending, shifting it left or right, right? And these changes in spending, as we mentioned before, are quantified using the multiplier effect. Whew. All right, so that is Unit 3, right? While Chris talks about Unit 4, I'll be going around to the community, so if you have any questions about this, feel free to drop it in there. And I'll also be popping in, obviously, to type in this doc. So, Chris, you can take it away with Unit 4.
Yep. So in the polls, it looks like most of you guys have trouble with Unit 4 and 5. And I would say, make sure you're good on Unit 3, because a lot of the Unit 4 and 5 stuff actually builds on big concepts that you learn in Unit 3. Like the whole deal about multipliers, you might not think it's a big deal, but you'd be surprised how often it shows up on exams. So I would just like to give you a couple tips on multipliers before we go ahead. Usually they ask for a change in direction and magnitude. So don't just say $50 billion change in spending. Make sure you say increase or decrease. You tell them what they should do, because it's all in one direction. And remember that tax multiplier is one less, or just generally less than the spending multiplier, because when the government spends, all of that initial money, goes into the economy. But when government gives you a tax break, you're going to save some of that money and consume some of it. So the initial $500 billion tax break, you're not going to spend all $500 billion of it, because you're going to save some and you're going to consume some. And then the third point is, Dylan was right. That derivation, for the whole spending multiplier is fantastic, And if you forget, definitely write down somewhere when you take the exam that spending multiplier is 1 over 1 minus MPC, because that formula is very important. But for some of my math lovers, in the stream today.
Oh, I think he just popped out. All right, we can wait a minute, just see if he pops back in. If not, I'll keep going with Unit 4. But yeah, we'll give him a minute. But yeah, Unit 4, just kind of jumping into it. Oh, he's back. All right.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps cutting, but yeah, so I was talking about MPC and 1 over 1 minus MPC. If you think about it, every time, we get some money and we multiply it by the MPC. We multiply it by the MPC. Think about it. If you have $10 billion and your MPC is 90%, you get 10 billion times 0.9, and then you get 10 billion times 0.9 times 0.9, and then 10 billion times 0.9 times 0.9 times 0.9. So if you really think about it, it comes down to a geometric series. And if you remember that, that's 1 over 1 minus R, which is 1 over 1 minus MPC. So for my math people out there, that's where it comes from. Unit 4, financial markets, finally moving on. This is an economics class. And, we finally get to the idea of money, the big concept. When you think of econ, that's what you think about, money. And then this is where we finally get to it. So first of all, we need to define, functions of money. Why do we need it in the first place? The first one is unit of account. And money is used to measure prices, So if I had, X.
Oh, there he goes again. All right, yeah. So we can give him another minute. There he goes.
Yeah, I think there might be too many people on but we'll keep going. Okay. So it's used to measure prices. So, so we can compare different products to each other relatively. So it's used as a unit of account. Store of value, money doesn't go bad. If you stuff a bunch of $100 bills under your mattress 5 years from now, they will still be good. So it doesn't lose its value or go bad. And then medium of exchange, you use it to buy stuff, you use it to consume products. And then why don't we barter, like in the real old OG times, because of something called the double coincidence of wants. So let's say I had a factory of PS4s and you had a factory of Xboxes, and I wanted to buy an Xbox. Well, what can I give you in return? If money doesn't exist, PS4s, but you don't want PS4s, right? Because you already have Xboxes. So we can't really have an exchange there unless we both have something that the other person wants. And that is why money is so important. Is it money? So
Peter scrapped that again. I guess I'll keep going while he reconnects, and if he comes back in the next couple minutes, I will let him go on again. Right, looking at this section of is it money? Right. Oh, here he comes. Sorry.
So I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know why this is happening, but is it money? Cigarettes in a prison? Yes. I mean, if you've watched any movie with prison or Shawshank Redemption, you know that cigarettes in a prison are money. Credit cards are not money because they might have access to your checkable accounts, but in and of itself, they're not money. Cash, definitely, that's money. And gold coins, they're also money. Now we get to two types of money: commodity money versus fiat money. Commodity money is money that has intrinsic value. So it has value in itself. The thing itself has value. So that includes, bullion like gold and silver or precious metals. And then fiat money is money that, unless the government backs it up, it's basically of no use. Like, actual cash, if it's not backed up by the Fed, then the cash itself is just a piece of paper. So it really has no value unless it's backed up by the government. And then one of the important definitions we need for later on is liquidity, which refers to how easily can you convert an asset into cash. And then one of the last topics we need to talk about, the foundations of money, is the different types of money. And this is another topic I have to stress. A lot of times they will ask you for the initial change in money supply. And so this is one of those topics that you have to understand. M0, or sometimes called the money base, is just sort of like the amount of currency that's out there in circulation. M1, that's where most of the money's, that's the one where you'll deal most of the times in an AP macro class. That is your cash and your currency plus your checkable deposits. So, so that's the one that's asked most often on the AP exams. M2 is basically M1 plus your small time savings things. And, this is not, personal finance class, but there are different types of, stocks and bonds and mutual funds accounts that go into M2. But remember, M2 includes M1 plus some. And then there's an M3 too, which includes.
He went again. Here, I'm just finding a picture that shows kind of how M2 contains both M1, M2, right, and M3. But another idea is that when we're looking at these three measures of money, right, we are going to have a decrease in liquidity as we go from M2 to M1 to M0, or from M0 to M1 to M2, right? So M1, this will be the most liquid, to M2, which is like a medium liquidity, to M3, which is not very liquid at all. Sorry, Chris, you can take it away.
Yeah, I agree. So, most of the times on the AP exam, you'll be dealing with M1 and M2, but just make sure you know that M0 and M3 are out there and that they're cumulative. M2 is M1 plus other stuff, and M3 is M2 plus other stuff. So the next big topic we need to know is the banking system. And one of the definitions you need to know is fractional reserve banking. And trust me, this is one of the biggest topics and concepts you need to understand, because this is how money is made, sort of. Banks keep some of their deposits into required reserves and they loan out the rest. And that's the idea of fractional reserve banking, that you keep a fraction, the required reserve, and then you loan out the rest of the money. And that money keeps circulating and you sort of create money in a sense, because you're able to loan out more money than there is. So one of the components that go along with this is the required reserve ratio. So it's the percentage, that fraction that the bank has to keep, legally. So it's the percent the banks are required to keep in reserves, so that when when someone checks out their loan, they have it to pay back. The money multiplier is defined as 1 over the reserve requirement or reserve ratio, or 1 over RR, however you want to remember it. But it's one of those, sort of math things you want to remember. 1 over 0.10 is 10, 1 over 0.2 is 5, 1 over a quarter is 4. And then excess reserves is the money that's loaned out. So excess reserves are loaned out. Sometimes some banks keep excess reserves just to be safe, but the point of excess reserves is so you can loan them out. And then here we have an example for you. Assume an RRR of 10%, so 0.1. So money multiplier would be 1 divided by 0.1, which would be 10. So then if you look at our chart we have here, now one of the things you might, before you even look at the chart, remember assets equal liabilities. So if you look at it, we got 2,000 total dollars, 200 plus 1,800 under assets, and then 2,000 of demand deposits on our liability side. So 2,000 equals 2,000 assets equal liability, good, we can move forward. And then, so there are $200 in reserves, and 1,800 have already been loaned out. So if you look at it at this moment, we have 0 excess reserves. So max amount of new loans the bank can make is 0 because we don't have any excess reserves. We've already loaned them all out. And the 200, we have to keep that because we're required to, because it's a reserve requirement. And then there's an action. A man deposits $100 into the bank. How much is kept in required reserves? Well, remember that our R was 10%. So it's 10% of 100, which is $10. And then how much is loaned out initially? Well, if you think about it, if he puts $100 in and 10 has to be kept, 90 is initially in our excess reserve. So we can give out $90 because we have to keep the 10 out of the 100, and we can give out the rest. Maximum increase in MS, that would be 10 times how much is initially loaned out, because remember, our money multiplier is 10. So it's 10 times 90, and you get 900. Okay, and then it says, why might there not be maximum increase in money supply? Well, there's lots of reasons, there's some small, tiny reasons, but there are 2 main reasons that come to my mind. One of the bigger ones is that banks may keep more than the required reserves because, if they run out of reserves, they have to borrow from the Fed or other banks. The second one that comes to my mind is currency drain, where people hoard money, or just some people like to keep cash. So they keep cash, and that's called currency drain, where people aren't spending all their money and just, sort of keeping it on themselves. Next, that leads to one of our bigger topics, monetary policy. Again, this is an important topic, and it goes along back to the ADAS graph and fiscal policy, because you need to understand not only just fiscal and monetary policy, but how they work together with each other and how they affect the ADAS model. Monetary policy is a little bit different because it's not as political as fiscal policy, because it's conducted by the central bank, more commonly known as, the Fed or Federal Reserve.
Oh, okay. Give him another minute to come back. There he goes.
This is your money market graph, which is also a very important graph. Here, the demand for money is downward sloping because MD is a liquidity preference. What that basically means is when interest rates are high, people want to put all of their money in a bank. They don't want to keep any of it. But when interest rates are low, they're not going to get much back for putting their money in the bank. So they would rather have that cash on them, for safety or transaction. That is why MD is downward sloping. MS, though, is constant. Why? Because remember, it is something that is set. It is decided by the Fed or the central bank. And that is the graph right there. As you can see, you have the money demand curve sloping downwards and MS, and then you've got quantity of money on the x-axis and interest rates, or the nominal interest rate. And that's also an important key here, because when we're doing money market graph, we usually deal with nominal interest rates, and you can call us MS, MD, quantity of money, IR, or pi is another simple symbol that's used for interest rates. So that is what a typical graph looks like. And you can sort of shift it and see that if money demand goes up, interest rates will go up, and if money demand goes down, interest rates will go down. And so it's important to have graphs like this in your mind or on a separate piece of paper, even though graphing isn't tested this year. Tools of monetary policy. Well, you've already learned tools of fiscal policy, increase, decrease taxes, increase, decrease government spending, increase, decrease transfer payments. Well, some things are same for monetary policy. The first thing is discount rate. That's the first tool. And what is discount rate, you ask? It is the rate that banks are charged to borrow from the Fed. So the central bank, the rate they charge to lend money to banks, that is the discount rate. And so you can see as, discount rate would go down, money supply would go up because banks can loan out more, and interest rate would go down.
Sorry, I'm just adding this in that when interest rates go down or up, right? Conversely, investment will follow with going up or down based off of interest rates, right? If you're a business and you have lower interest rates, now you can maybe afford that extra oven, that extra factory, whatever, right? Based off the interest rates. And therefore, aggregate demand will be shifting based off of that monetary policy. I'm gonna add that to all the other ones. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's a good addition, because remember that whole idea of investment, that also kind of relates us to economic growth that we'll get to later. Our second thing is required reserve ratio, which we defined above as the percentage or the fraction that banks, have to keep legally. So you can think about it. If the banks have to keep less legally, they can loan out more. So money supply would increase. And every time money supply increase, interest rates decrease. So if I have to keep less, I can loan out more, which means interest rates would decrease. Our third thing is federal funds rate. And this is kind of one of those things that can get confusing, because this is the rate that banks charge each other, while the discount rate is the rate that Fed charges to the bank. So you need to see who the bank is borrowing from, so you can use the correct vocab term here. And that makes sense. Again, the shifters work the exact same as the discount rate. As the discount rate goes down, there's more money supply, interest rates go down. So it's the exact same thing, but there's just a tiny difference in vocab. The last one, perhaps the most confusing one that students find, is open market operations. And this has to do with your entire thing about bonds. But the easy way to remember is bigger buy, smaller sell. You can remember B goes with B, S goes with S. So if the government wants to increase the money supply, they want to make the money supply bigger, they're going to buy bonds. If they want to make it smaller, they're going to sell bonds. And then the next question that comes up is, how does monetary policy change aggregate demand? Well, when interest rates decrease, you're going to have more business investment, which will increase aggregate demand, and vice versa.
I just want to note. Sorry. I just want to note that, like, when you're looking at monetary policy, right, you are going to see the same terms as applied to fiscal policy, where you'll expansionary and contractionary monetary policy, right? So you might think of a contractionary monetary policy as the Fed selling bonds, right? When they sell bonds, the money supply gets smaller, and we can visualize the changes in interest rates on the money market. All right, so if we think about the Fed selling bonds, like I just said, the money supply will shift to the left, and we can see that this will increase our nominal interest rate. And as we stated before, an increased nominal interest rate lead to a lower amount of investment and interest-sensitive spending, which will mean a decrease in aggregate demand. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt it. Yeah.
That's fine. And then the last big topic not the last big topic, one of the bigger topics that's left to cover in Unit 4 is loanable funds market. And this is another one of your bigger graphs. And it's a graph that's important to know. And, students sometimes get these confused. You need to keep them separate. In Unit 4, you have the money market graph and the loanable funds market graph. One of them involves more, relationship between the government and businesses. And the other one involves more, borrowers and lenders. So the loanable funds market brings together borrowers and lenders. And you can think of your borrowers as businessmen and your lenders as your savers. So a lot of times, the AP exam won't say lenders, it'll just say savers. But remember that lenders and savers are the people, who are saving money and they have the money. And this is an interesting graph because you see demand, like always, is downward sloping and supply is upward sloping. But here, why do we have real interest rates? Well, it's because when you want to buy, you want to factor in inflation, because if you go back to the whole thing when we talked about inflation, people are hurt or helped by unanticipated inflation. So because of that, in the loanable funds market, supply and demand are controlled by real interest rates. And then quantity of money, that's the same as you've seen in the money market graph. And this is a lot like other supply and demand graphs you've seen, but remember about real interest rates and quantity of money. And the other thing that students confuse is who is controlling what. Your borrowers are controlling your demand. So if the borrowers want to borrow more money, there's an increase in the quantity of money demanded. If the savers start to save more, there's an increase in money in the money supply for loanable funds. And there's another term here that is, I would say, kind of important for the AP exam, and that's crowding out. And
we'll get to that in Unit 5, yeah.
Okay, so we'll get to that later in Unit 5 because crowding out, that's where a lot of things come together. You have, government spending and interest rates and long-term economic growth. So we can get to that. And then on to Unit 5.
All right. I think that was a great explanation of Unit 4. I know Unit 4 is definitely, in my opinion, the biggest, probably the second biggest, actually. Second biggest unit besides Unit 3, just because Unit 4 has so much stuff that you might not be familiar with, right? Talking about all the functions of money, all the stuff to do with bank balance sheets. Bank balance sheets tend to terrorize students. They terrorize me. I hate them with my soul. But regardless, right? Learning about monetary policy, and now you've learned about fiscal policy in Unit 3. Now we start thinking about how do they work together, right? And as Chris said, that's really what this is all about, right? You can know monetary policy all alone. You can know fiscal policy all alone. But you got to remember that these two organizations, right, Congress and the Fed, are working in tandem, actually, to get their economic policies pushed, right? We'll get to the Phillips curve in just a second, but I saw a couple questions about this in the community tab, right? Kind of asking, like, what is Unit 5, right? Unit 5 is a really weird unit because it just feels like an extension of Units 3 and 4. Unit 5 has to do with a lot of the long run, right? When you have all these policies in action, right? First of all, what are the relationships between some of these measures, as we'll see with the Phillips curve? But similarly, right, how do relationships between things like government spending and interest rates happen? Or what is the relationship between government spending and government, right? And we'll get all that as we go through Unit 5. And a lot of stuff like economic growth, as we'll get to as well. So the first curve that we want to look at with Unit 5 is what's called the Phillips curve, right? And we have two curves on the Phillips curve, the short-run Phillips curve and the long-run Phillips curve. And the short-run Phillips curve shows us a trade-off, not a trade-off, a trade-off between unemployment and inflation, right? And this kind of makes sense, right? You might think, right, in an inflationary gap, right, our economy is growing and growing and growing, so we're going to have low unemployment, and vice versa. In a recession, we're going to have low prices but high unemployment. And we're all in the short run, right? And similarly, right, the short-run Phillips curve will shift when short-run aggregate supply shifts. And that's because when short-run aggregate supply shifts, you will see changes in both unemployment and prices, right, in the same direction. Right? You'll see at every point inflation will go up or down, and unemployment will go up and down in the same direction, right? I think I said that weirdly. But we can see it visually by looking at the short run and long run Phillips curves, right here. With the long run Phillips curve, you want to note that there is no trade-off in the long run between inflation and unemployment, right? And the idea with short run aggregate supply shifting the short run Phillips curve, right? Think about short run aggregate supply shifting to the left. This will lead to higher inflation rates and higher unemployment rates at any price and quantity, and therefore the shift this curve right. Similarly, when we shift short run aggregate supply to the right, we'll see a lowering in prices and a lowering in unemployment rate. Therefore, we shift it to the left. Right, and the Phillips curve is kind of backwards in a lot of these things, where a leftward shift in short run aggregate supply shifts to the right, and vice versa. But once again, as a lot of these graphs show, we can see a recessionary, inflationary gap and full employment on the Phillips curve, right? And we can look at that by looking at the relationship between the long run Phillips curve and the short run Phillips curve. So on the short run Phillips curve, point A shows us an inflationary gap, right? And the reason we can tell this is that we have low unemployment and high inflation, right? Higher inflation, I should say, right? And conversely, point C shows us a recessionary gap, right? And that is where we have high unemployment but lower prices. Point B shows us full employment, right? Point B shows us that point where we are at, right? The long run Phillips curve intersects the x-axis at the natural rate of unemployment, right? And so that is the natural rate of unemployment and the inflation rate at that natural rate. And so now you start thinking, well, short run aggregate supply shifts the curve. What do changes in aggregate demand do to the short run Phillips curve? Well, it moves along it. Whoops, there we go. It moves along it, right? As you shift aggregate demand to the right or the left, you'll be moving to the right or to the left on this curve, right? There we go. So that's the idea of the Phillips curve. It's a relatively simple graph. We'll go over just a bit about things like expected and real inflation, stuff like that, right? In a little slideshow we have in a bit, but that is the basics of the Phillips curve and what you have to know for the exam. The next topic that we want to look at is what's called the quantity theory of money. And the quantity theory of money was developed by a guy named Milton Friedman. That was his name, right? And he basically theorized that there is a relationship between these four variables, M, V, P, and Q, where M is the money supply, right? Give me 1 second. There we go. V is the velocity of money. The velocity of money, that's a weird term, right? The velocity of money basically describes how many times a dollar will be spent, right? How quickly is money being spent? So you think, right, if people are spending, velocity is going to be really high, right? It's going to be changing hands a lot. Whereas you think like right now, right, where we are all in quarantine, we're not going out, what's really tanked, and you can look at the data on this, the velocity of money has tanked to near zero, right? And that's because people aren't spending that much money anymore. P is the price level, and Q is real GDP, right? And what this tells us, not only this relationship, but it tells us that PQ is our nominal GDP, right? And that's just something by understanding the GDP deflator all the way back from unit 2, right? So the quantity theory of money, what does it tell us, right? It's this weird equation. What does it mean? So the quantity theory of money tells us that at a constant velocity in GDP, an increase in the money supply will lead to a proportional increase in prices. And that was Milton Friedman's whole idea, right? That the reason that we have a lot of inflation at points is because the Fed keeps basically increasing the money supply, right? And you think about this even in places where, as a response to debt, they keep printing money. That will, by the quantity theory of money, lead to inflation, right? And so if you look at Milton Friedman's theories, he is what's known as a monetarist, and he believes in an independent central bank and low government involvement. Not tested, but still interesting, cool stuff to know if you're interested in economics, which I hope you are. All right, looking into government debt and deficit, right? So this is a really, really important concept, not just for macro, but for life, to be able to watch the news and understand what they mean when they say the budget deficit right now is blank or our debt is blank, because there is a difference, right? So the budget balance, right? Excuse me, right? The budget balance is equal to revenue minus spending, right? And when we think about the government, right, revenue is going to be tax revenue, right? Tax revenue, right? When the government takes your taxes, they're going to spend that on stuff. So when you take the tax revenue and you subtract it from your spending, if you have a negative balance, that's what's called a budget deficit, right? And if you have a positive balance, that's what's called a budget surplus. And looking at the present day, we're pretty much always in a budget deficit. I'm just going to say that, put that out there. We are almost always in a budget deficit. And when we are in a budget deficit, government debt will increase by that deficit each year, right? We have to borrow that money if we want to spend it. And that brings up the whole idea of crowding out, right? And there's nothing to really fill in here. However, it is still worth knowing, and it's actually something that you have to know for the exam, right? It showed up here. It probably will show up this year, I'm guessing. But basically the chain of crowding out, right? So when you have debt and deficit spending, right? I'm going to say actually deficit spending instead. So when you have deficit spending, the government is borrowing money, right? The government has to go to someone and say, I need to borrow this money so I can spend it on my government projects. This leads to an increase in the demand for loanable funds, right? The government is borrowing money, so they are demanding loanable funds, leading to an increase in real interest rates and a subsequent decrease in investment and interest-sensitive spending, right? And the whole idea basically is that investment is crowded out by government borrowing. That's why this is called the crowding out effect, right? When you have a deficit spending take place, you are crowding out the amount of government spending. I mean, you're crowding out the amount of investment based on the amount of government spending. So finally, right, we want to talk about economic. I'm going to kind of make this part of the outline as we go, just because I never did that before. And that's whatever. I'll do it later, right? When you guys look at this document later, this will be part of the outline. But right now, we're just going to look at it like this. So what is economic growth, right? Economic growth is an increase of potential GDP. Right, and this can be seen as a shift in long-run aggregate supply, right, or an outward shift of the production possibilities curve, right, all the way back from Unit 1, an hour and a half ago, right? Both of these measure economic growth. When you see an increase in the long-run aggregate supply, that means that our potential GDP has shifted to the right, and therefore, you can note that there has been economic growth, right? So the sources of economic growth are primarily an increase in resources, right? So if a country gets more land, more labor, more capital being stuff like education, machinery, right? Physical and human capital, this will increase our economic growth, right? Similarly, if resources become more productive, right? So the productivity formula is the change in output divided by the change in inputs, right? When you look at economic growth, that is how we measure how productive we are. How much output are we getting per unit of input? Right? When sources of productivity increase, right? So if you think about productivity, our sources will be things like capital, right? So a factory, let's think of the economy as a factory, right? If this factory suddenly gets brand new ovens, a bunch of new ovens, a bunch of new, conveyor belts, a bunch of new machinery, right? That will increase the productivity simply because of more capital. Similarly, better technology, right? So instead of maybe getting 100 new ovens, they upgrade all their ovens to be 10 times as fast. Right? This will lead to better technology and therefore higher productivity. And similarly, human capital, as we mentioned, is incredibly interesting, right? Right. And it's really important because human capital, basically, I think of it as education, right? When you think about education, you think education is training, right? If you train people on how to use the computer faster and better, they're going to be able to utilize their time more efficiently and therefore have increases in productivity. Excuse me, right? However, an increase in labor resources will not increase productivity. It will, however, increase potential production. So very important, what's the word, like distinguishability, I guess. They want to be able to make between labor resources, productivity, and potential production. Right, so moving into our last couple topics here. So when fiscal or monetary policy changes interest rates, right, the short run effect will increase aggregate demand. However, in the long run, it will actually increase long run aggregate supply. It's because, right, lower interest rates will increase investment spending, which will lead to growth in what's called the capital stock. Basically, how much capital is there in the economy? Excuse me, right? And this will increase our potential to produce more economic growth, right? So the idea is, right, so if you buy one oven for $1,000 for your bakery, this is investment spending, right? if you simply bought the oven to replace a new one, the capital stock does not grow. But if you bought a second oven, right, now you're becoming more productive, and therefore you've grown this capital stock, and you can bake more, cookies, or you can make more cake, right? And that will increase your productivity, increase economic growth. And that's a really important idea, right? Similarly, just as you can see economic growth, you can see decreases in economic growth. And this can be seen through decreases in both long-run aggregate supply and an inward shift in the production's possibilities curve, right? And this is shown either through a loss of resources or productivity, right? If workers aren't working as hard, if going back up here, right? Workers aren't working as hard, if capital is getting worse, technology is getting worse, this will lead to a loss of productivity, right? And if depreciation, right, the depreciation is less than new investment spending, the capital stock is declining, and for longer aggregate supply shifts to the left, and the production's possibilities curve shifts inward. Right, so that is really the idea of economic growth. I don't foresee this showing up too much on your exam. Show up, most likely it could definitely show up talking about capital or talking about longer aggregate supply or the PPC shifting out or in. However, looking at a lot of this stuff, it could show up. It's definitely fair game, so study it. It is not a guarantee. Like, for example, I think, Chris, you would probably agree with me here, aggregate demand and aggregate supply will 100% be showing up at everyone's exam, right?
Definitely.
Right, definitely. But looking at things like decreases and increase in long-run aggregate supply, shifts in the PPC, there's definitely a decent chance, but it is not like a 1,000% guarantee. So if there were things that you were focusing your studying on, economic growth would definitely be one of the things that are worth studying, but not like it won't make or break your exam. So yeah, so that was, so that was the idea of economic growth, and that finishes up Unit 5. In a second. Right. So that's the whole course, right? I know that was a lot of information that we just threw at you in literally roughly an hour and a half. So yeah, so we, for now, I know we have a presentation, right? I just have to pull it up.
Hello, everybody. It looks like we lost contact with the room. Just give us 1 second. I'll pull up the presentation here. Basically, the idea here is that even though graphs are not tested on this year's exam, understanding the
Hey, sorry about that. I completely messed up. I accidentally clicked myself off.
Fine.
I didn't actually crash. I just literally clicked the close video button and crashed myself out of here. Sorry about that. All right. Do you want me to share the presentation?
That's fine.
All right. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah, if that's fine.
So I can enlarge it.
I can't.
Okay.
Chris,
yeah,
can you?
So pull it up and I'll enlarge it.
Okay. Right. The thing we're going to be doing, right, we're going to be looking at basically a bunch of different graphs for the production's possibilities curve, or not just the production possibilities curve, for any graphs in macro, and saying basically, right, where is the mistake in this graph, right? I just know, Chris, is everything going okay on your end?
Yep.
Okay. I just know because we can't see your screen right now. Are you able to?
Oh, you want me to?
Oh
Hey,
no,
Dylan,
I just.
can you bring up the document so I can make it bigger?
Yeah. I can't because it shows Chris as his screen is sharing, and so I can't unless someone leaves because it only let us do 4 at a time.
Oh. Is
Okay,
it sharing my screen? Here,
No,
Dylan, I stopped sharing mine so you can share.
There we go.
I stopped sharing mine.
All right. So, Chris, I know I haven't really looked at this much, so you can kind of be the one to run this whole part, I'll definitely still be chiming in.
Definitely. Okay, so basically it's just called find the mistake. And if there is one, we try to be a little tricky because, we just didn't want to tell you that there is a mistake because that makes it a little bit easier. So there might be one or two graphs in here that, are just fine and don't really have mistakes in them. So just to make sure that you really know what you're doing. So find the mistake if there is one. And I'll apologize in the beginning. The technology here is not that fantastic. These graphs were all hand-drawn and converted to a PDF. So this is a PPC right here. What do you guys think might be something that's wrong? Since you guys don't really have a chat, I'll just go ahead and answer. Well, we have a concave PPC here. And I know we talked about that could mean a decreasing opportunity cost. But in terms of, realistically, that's not going to happen because this is basically saying that as I make less of one thing, I get better at making it. If I put fewer resources towards making consumer goods, I'm not going to get better at making consumer goods or vice versa for capital goods. So PPC, the two main ones we encounter in macroeconomics are either a straight line one, which just shows a constant opportunity curve or opportunity cost, or a convex one, which shows increasing opportunity cost.
Right, and for those of you wondering, so a straight production possibility curve obviously will look like a straight line, and the opposite, right, of this will be one that looks kind of like just like a bowed out curve is how I like to call it, right, and that'll look just like that. All right, so there is actually right. So as you said, there's really necessarily not any specific mistake here. However, in realistically speaking, you will not see a PPC that looks like this. It'll either look like this or look like a straight line. Right.
All right. The ADAS graph. Well, we look here, the units seem right, price level and RGDP, and aggregate demand seems right, but we don't have, long run or short run aggregate supply. And that's one of the things, when you try to do ADAS, try to read the whole question because usually they want you to graph both short run aggregate supply and long run aggregate supply because they will say, economy is it's an equilibrium or recessionary gap or an inflationary gap. And you can't show all of that just based on aggregate demand or short run aggregate supply. You need long run aggregate supply in there. And just one thing, some people might say that our GDP is wrong. Well, some teachers teach it as just output. So some people just put output here, but some people put RGDPY, and the labeling for both is Y. So you could use either RGDP or just plain old output.
Right. Also, you want to notice here, right, kind of a tricky thing if you didn't read carefully, right? This curve is labeled as aggregate supply, and this curve is labeled as aggregate demand. First of all, this curve is short run aggregate supply, not just aggregate supply, but also you want to note the labels are flipped there.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's something that you kind of want to know. Obviously you want to just know this is the aggregate demand curve, this is the short run aggregate supply curve, and then similarly, right, you will get a long run aggregate supply curve that runs not parallel, perpendicular to the x-axis, perfectly vertical.
Okay, so here we have a Phillips curve, and I just sort of threw a bunch of different curves, but I wanted to make up a scenario and not just give you a general one because there's a point I want to make here. So we got unemployment rate here and inflation here. So in this one, that's the big mistake. The unemployment rate should be on the x-axis and inflation is graphed on the y-axis. But otherwise, long run Phillips curve, short run Phillips curve, it's got those components. But remember, for Phillips curve, inflation is graphed on the y-axis and unemployment is graphed on the x-axis.
Right. Also, right, as you mentioned, the labeling as for the numbers are incorrect, right? Or not, they're not incorrect in terms of the current unemployment rate and natural rate and stuff like that, but they're flipped, right? So the natural rate should go right here. The other unemployment rate should go to the left or to the right of the Phillips curve, and those axes should be swapped, right?
Okay, so we've got the aggregate demand, aggregate supply curve graph again. Price level, that looks fine. RGDP, that looks fine. So the outsides looks fine. let's look at the insights. When we're not given, if we're inflation, recession, equilibrium, so we know it's not one of those. Aggregate demands, downward sloping, that's fine. It's the aggregate supply here. You need to remember that long-run aggregate supply is vertical. It's short-run aggregate supply, that's, variable to change. So short-run aggregate supply and long-run aggregate supply here should be switched.
Perfect. Yeah, that one's a pretty simple one to swap. First of all, it's a mistake, but also that's an easy one. There we go.
Okay, so we've got the PPC, and we've got a constant function, so that seems right at first, but then you start looking at the units, quantity and price. This is not an aggregate demand and aggregate supply curve. Students get so used to drawing ADS models and similar graphs that they think that quantity price, if they forget, just go with that. But you need to remember that the units for PPC are consumer goods and capital goods, not quantity and price.
Right. Well, it's worth noting that the productions possibilities curve, it doesn't have to be consumer and capital goods. It can be any two goods, right? This could be, the example that I always hear is that this is butter, and then up here, this is guns. And I actually just found out the other day that that's because one is wartime spending, one's domestic spending. But anyway, right, this can be any two goods, right? But it is not going to be quantity and price. You're correct there. And capital and consumer goods is a very popular combination to use.
Okay, so this brings back the Phillips curve we had. This time I tried to fix my axes and I got that. But there was another point that I wanted to make that, there was a practice exam a couple years ago and a lot of people missed this point. So let's look at it. A natural rate of unemployment of 4%. Okay, we got that. A current unemployment rate of 6%. We've got that here. Unemployment is currently more than natural rate, and expected inflation of 3%. So people saw inflation and they quickly graphed 3% right here. But look at the word in front of inflation. It says expected. And you graph expected inflation with the natural rate of unemployment. So the 3% should actually be with the 4%, So because we don't know the actual inflation, but we only know the expected inflation. So the 3% should actually be higher and should correspond to the 4% number and not the 6% number, because it's the expected inflation and not the actual inflation.
I'm just kind of going to come out and expose myself here. This was a question from last year's exam, and it hit me hard. I didn't know this, so it got me. Something you know, the relation between expected and actual inflation on the Phillips curve, because I was one of those people that was just like, just put the 3 like right there and kind of guess what we're doing, right? No, you want to put the expected inflation right there, right? Because that's what inflation is expected to be, right? All right.
Okay, we got the money market graph here, and we talked about, okay, money supply is constant, money demand is downward sloping, and it says our GDP here in real interest rates. Well, there's actually 2 problems here. Both of the axes are wrong. If you remember, in money market, we actually deal with nominal interest rates. And then here it should be not our GDP technically, but rather quantity of money. So, the shapes and everything's right, but the units and the labeling of the axes here is incorrect. Next one, we have money market graph. Okay, quantity of dollars, that seems fine. Nominal interest rates, we talked, that's fine. Got money demand, money supply. And this is a very common mistake. A lot of people forget why money supply is vertical, because it's just set by the Fed. They confuse it with the loanable funds market graph, and they graph money supply as, upward sloping, because that's all the supply graphs, they have seen. A lot of times supply is upward sloping, so they graph it like that. But you need to remember that in the money market graph, the supply for money is just vertical. We got PPC here again, and I know Dylan already went through one like this, but I'll just go over it real quick. Consumer goods, capital goods, and we got constant opportunity cost, and I label some points here, ABC. And it says B is efficient, and we know that's fine, because any point here on this line should be fine. But a couple people flip-flop these. They say that C is impossible, to obtain on the current resources and A is efficient. But any point out here is actually impossible based on current resources unless you have an increase in technological prowess or have trade. And any point inside the PPC is inefficient. So remember, inefficient inside and then can't be achieved outside. Don't flip those.
I think there was a little bit of like glitchiness on your end. Can you just kind of repeat what you said in a few sentences just to kind of get the real big across?
Yes, I will. So a lot of people switch points A and C. They think that C in here is the one that you can't attain based on the given resources, and A is the inefficient one. But remember, the points inside the PPC are inefficient, and points outside are unattainable unless you have an increase in technology or trade. Okay, got another PPC here. Apparently, whoever made this is in love with PPC. So we got a PPC here, consumer goods and capital goods. Well, all right. Hey, let's look at the shape here. Well, it's a convex graph or bowed out graph. And that seems fine to me. I mean, I can't really find any mistakes here. And this was supposed to be one of the tricky ones I threw in there that don't have a mistake. So this one doesn't really have a mistake. All right, another money market graph. You got money supply, which is vertical. You got money demand, which is downward sloping, and we remember that because if interest rates are high, we want to keep little money. Nominal interest rates, yeah. Y-axis seems good. Or GDP, though. That is wrong. Money market, the x-axis labeling should be quantity of money, not our GDP. Again, this is one of those mistakes you get so used to ADAS graphs that you just label the x-axis as our GDP. But remember, for money market graphs and for loanable funds graphs, the x-axis is always quantity of money.
Right, yeah. And you really, when you think about a lot of these graphs, especially the money market and market for loanable funds, they're just markets, right? They're just supply and demand. And so when you think about the x and the y-axes, it's just quantity and price. So when you think about money, right, on the x-axis, you'll have your quantity of money. And on the y-axis, you have your price of money, which is the definition of a nominal interest rate. And that is why we look at interest rates versus quantity of money, because it is simply the price of money versus the quantity. And that's what a market is, right? The relationship between quantities.
Well said. We got a loanable funds graph here. We have quantity of dollars, quantity of money. Money demand, that is going up, downward sloping. Money supply, that's upward sloping, and that's fine because it's a loanable funds market and not a money supply market. But here we have nominal interest rates. And remember, for the y-axis of loanable funds, you want real interest rates because when you're borrowing and lending, you can be hurt or helped by inflation, and you want to account for that. And the way you account for that is you graph versus real interest rates because those are adjusted for expected inflation.
Right. Also, you want to know, I don't know if you mentioned this or not, I just heard you, but also the two curves are labeled incorrectly. Did you notice that? I mean, did you not notice? Did you mention that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
I just want to make sure.
Backwards.
Right, this should be DLF and XLF, right? Instead of money and money demand, right? Those are money market labels and not loanable funds labels.
Mm-hmm. And those are, small ways that you can sort of jeopardize your points. You don't want to lose points where you just label something as MS or MD. And this one has the same graph. It should be S, LF and DLF. But otherwise, if you see the labeling is right and then the shapes are right. So the only mistake this one had is that I called it MS and MD, which are labels for money market and not loanable funds.
Also, the fact that you have a vertical money supply, which hypothetically is not an incorrect thing, but it is incorrect for the market for loanable funds, in the sense that in a market for loanable funds, you have an upward sloping supply for loanable funds, not a vertical one, right?
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is another ADAS graph, and then in brackets I put recession, and then you got price level as your y-axis or GDP as your x-axis. All that seems fine. You've got aggregate demand, SRAS, LRAS. I mean, they all seem fine to me, but now you look at the part about recession, and it says we're in recession, so our output should be below our long run output, and that is there. So this was another one of those tricky graphs where all the parts were right, and it was just thrown in there to sort of scare you or mess with you.
Right. Yeah, this one's completely perfect, right? We have our downward sloping aggregate demand, our upward sloping short run aggregate supply, and our vertical long run aggregate supply, right? And we have our short run equilibrium to the left of our long run potential GDP, and that will imply a recessionary gap, right? That the recessionary gap literally is the gap between the short run output and the potential output. That is literally a gap in our production and our in our output. So I think, yep, that's it. All right. I just close this out. There we go. That's everything. So I think unless you want to spend the minutes that we have answering questions or talking, or if Ms. Powell has anything that she wants to do for the next 30 minutes, because I know she has a lot of stuff planned for you guys after the little break in a half hour. It's entirely up to Chris and her. So yeah. Just to kind of pass the time while we hang out, Chris, like what would be one piece of advice that you would give to someone taking the AP exam tomorrow, where with all these changes and all these things happening with the exam, what can people do over the next 24-ish hours that they have to help them during the exam? He just crashed. I guess I can start. So I would really recommend you guys over the next 24 hours, right? You don't want to cram. First of all, if you don't know something and you haven't learned it today, right? Odds are you aren't going to know it that well for the exam. And being someone who just took micro today, they're going to ask you to explain pretty much everything, right? When they have you calculate something, you're going to have to explain how you got where you were. If you are asked, what can the Fed do to do a certain policy, you're going to have to explain. So you don't want to just memorize things in AP Econ. And that's really a problem I actually have with the Econ courses. It's that it encourages a lot of memorization, when in reality, what you want to be doing is knowing these concepts and these theories and being able to apply them to a myriad of different economic situations, right? Recession, inflation, stagflation, stuff like that. And of course, foreign exchange isn't on the exam this year. Same principle applies when you learn it then. So, yeah, Krish?
Yeah, I definitely agree with the explanation thing. Sometimes when you might take a practice test in class, we just ask you a question, just said, who had comparative advantage, who had absolute advantage, and it might have said, what happens to prices of bonds or something, and not ask for explanation. But this year's exam is different. They're more focused on explanation. So make sure you not only know, what will increase or decrease, but you're able to explain why it will happen and what the entire cause and effect, because I think a lot of economics comes down to cause and effect. Mr. Clifford says relationships. You need to understand how one thing will affect another and how that will in turn affect something else. And I think if you get those relationships down, you'll have understood economics. And one tip I'd give you for tonight is just stay calm. There's only some things that are in your control and some things that are not. I had technological issues in this stream. When Dylan asked me about what my advice was, it just literally kicked me out of the stream. So that tells you that technological issues will happen, and that's ironic. But there's only so much you can do about it. So stay calm. Don't let it get to your nerves. And you guys can do it. If you guys came here, you know what you're doing. You know how to find your resources. Trust yourself and just take deep breaths before you take the exam and tell yourself you can do it. And I'm sure you'll do good.
Yeah, 100%. And I always think after I finish an AP exam, any exam, and I'm sure, Chris, you feel the same about any exam, you walk out of that exam and you immediately start thinking, all right, for number 2, what did I say? What might I have gotten wrong? What might I have done? Oh, did I write this sentence instead of this sentence? Oh, did I say, and the anxiety and the paranoia kicks in. What really helps me is just reminding myself, right, once you turn in that exam, once you click that submit button, it is out of your hands. You might as well delete the Google Doc, crumple up the paper and throw it away. It is out of your hands, right? You are not going to be able to go back and edit it. So there's no need to dwell on it. Of course, you're going to dwell and it happens and it's normal and it's allowed, but don't let it get to a point where you're constantly thinking, oh my gosh, say, average demand increase or decrease. And, oh, did I say that the money market will see an increase in supply or decrease in supply, right? Because you're just going to freak yourself out because, right, no matter what you said is what you said. If you suddenly remember that you said a wrong answer, it's not you can call the quiz board and be like, hey guys, I screwed up on problem F on question 1. Can you fix that for me? No, right? Of course, we all wish we could, but it's not what's going to happen. So dwelling on that type of stuff is not productive, right, in the long run.
Exactly. I agree. And I think sometimes, post-test anxiety gives you more anxiety than when you're actually taking the test, because you're thinking, my friends put something else and I put something else, but the entire, my tip to everybody is to chill and calm down. And you've taken the class, you come this far, and it's a 45-minute exam. I would say it's a great chance. I know there's some difficulties that some people like multiple choice more, but if you were not the one to sit in a room for 3 hours and take the exam and get tired, well, this is your chance. Basically in 45 minutes, you can show the readers all about economics that and
Yeah, I think also something that's really important in general with these exams, you want to note, if they don't ask you to explain, which on this exam probably will be rare, but if they don't ask you to explain, don't. just don't. If they ask you what'll have aggregate and there's no explain after, literally you could answer in one word: increase, decrease, stay the same. Move on. You don't want to you don't want to waste your time, and B, you don't want to. What happens if you say something, explain it wrong? Then you could lose a point, even if you could have gotten it if you had just not explained. Of course, on this exam, a lot of it's going to be explanation because it's online. However, yeah. So I think, sorry, I'm just contacting some people to see if we can get the chat open for the next 30 minutes or so to take your questions. Let's see. If we do, we'll open up like a Q&A box, and you guys will be able to see, yeah, you guys will do any questions that you have, and yeah.
Hey, Dylan.
Hey, yeah.
If they can't open up the chat, which hopefully they will be able to for the last 25 minutes of your portion, but if they can't, and they want to go ahead and do the break now, I'll be ready in just a few minutes. I've got to tweak a few things, and then I'll be ready to go. So we could just take a break now if they can't get the chat. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There you go. Yeah, they're coming. There we go.
You guys could come back for 20 if you wanted. If you wanted, or I could go ahead and start.
Yeah, I think we're opening up the chat and the ask a question right now. So if you guys have, so we can spend the next 20, 25 minutes answering questions, and then we'll take the little break, and then you can go ahead.
That sounds good. They're opening it. Awesome.
Yeah, I think someone's.
Oh, good. That sounds awesome.
Awesome. Perfect. There you go. Chat's open. Feel free to go ahead, chat amongst yourselves. That's really an area for you guys. If it gets crazy, or if you guys kind of get off topic too much, we're gonna have to close it back down. However, that is an area as we talk about these questions, right? So we can start just with Leo's question, right? Can you re-explain crowding out, right? So crowding out is the idea that when governments engage in deficit spending, right? When you engage in deficit spending, you are going to have to borrow the extra money that you that you spend, right? If the government makes $10 million in tax revenues and only if the government gets 10 million in tax revenues and spends 50 million, that $40 million, they are going to have to they're gonna have to borrow it. When they borrow that money, you are going to see an increase in the demand for loanable funds. When the demand for loanable funds increases, you're going to see an increase in the real interest rate. And therefore, when interest rates go up, when real interest rates go up, you are going to see a lower amount of investment. Right. So that is our first question. Chris, you want to take that second question from Leanne? And then I'll like when Chris is answering a question, I'll sit in chat and answer some chat questions and vice versa. So it'll work.
Sounds good. Okay. Leanne asks, can we go over monetary policy? Yes, we can do a quick summary of it. Monetary policy is pretty important. You need to know how it works along with fiscal policy. So monetary policy, remember one of the first things is reserve requirement. So if you decrease the reserve requirement, the banks have to keep less legally on themselves so they can loan out more. So if you decrease the reserve requirement, think about it, you're required to keep less. You can loan out more, you increase the money supply. You increase the money supply, what happens? Interest rates go down. Can they not hear me?
Yeah, I think you're having some audio glitches. Yeah. I think it's just, yeah.
Can you go ahead and take this question and try to fix that?
Yeah, no, you can, take your time. So monetary policy is the idea of the Federal Reserve affecting interest rates in order to change GDP and to change aggregate demand, right? So when we're dealing with monetary policy, we have four main tools, right? If you go back to that note sheet, I won't pull it back up just for the sake of time and my own energy. When you're looking at monetary policy, you have four main tools. You have the discount rate, the required reserve ratio, Fed funds rate, and open market operations. And I'll go through all four of those quickly. So the discount rate is the rate that banks are charged to borrow from the Fed. A bank goes to the Fed, says, I'd like to borrow $1,000, please, right? The Federal Reserve says, all right, here's $1,000. And interest rate we charge you is going to be the discount rate, right? And actually, when a bank goes to when it goes to the Fed, it's actually called the discount window, and that's why it's called the discount rate, right? Similarly, we have the required reserve ratio. The required reserve ratio is the Federal Reserve is the central bank of the United States. They conduct monetary policy. So the required reserve ratio is the percentage that banks have to keep in reserves, right? When I give $1,000 in what do you call it? In like deposits to a bank, right? We will find that that some will be required to be kept in what are called reserves, right? Required reserves, right? And that's because the Fed will say, all right, banks, you have to keep at least 10%, 15%, 5%, whatever it is, in your banks at all time in reserves, right? However, the rest, you can loan it out. You can do whatever you want with it, right? And so the lower that number gets, the more money that can be loaned out, and therefore the lower, the higher the money gets. And that's how monetary policy works. It manipulates the money supply to change interest rates, right? Third, we have the Fed funds rate, or the federal funds rate. That is the rate that banks charge each other for overnight loans, right? So if a bank goes to a bank and says, hey, I'd like to borrow $1,000, the interest rate between that loan will be the federal funds rate, right? And so finally, you have open market operations, where when the Fed buys or sells bonds, we will see a change in in the money supply. If you buy, it gets bigger. If you sell, it gets smaller. And the way I like to remember this is we have a, an acronym in my class and kind of a mnemonic device called BUBBS, right? BBSS, right? Buy bigger, sell smaller. And it's a really good way to remember monetary policy rules. So that's that question. It is a really good question, something you really do need to know for the exam. So it's, yeah. All right. Chris,
is my audio better now?
I think so, yeah. So if you want to take the next question about crowding out.
So, I thought we went over crowding out. Do you want me to do the multiplier question, spending question, or?
Oh, yeah, sure. You can go over that one. I think you just asked to re-explain, or yeah. Sorry, you can go ahead.
I'll just quickly re-explain crowding out. Yeah, that's fine. So basically, when government has a big deficit, they increase the demand for loanable funds. So you can sort of picture the market for loanable funds in your head, and because there's a deficit, the government tries to fix the recession. Sounding better. I'm glad you guys like the audio. So when they increase the demand by borrowing, that increases interest rates. So increasing demand because of deficit spending increase interest rates. And when interest rates increase, that decreases investment. People are less likely to borrow. People are less likely to borrow and start up businesses, because when you're thinking about the investment, you guys will get the Fortnite dances, don't worry. When you're thinking from the investment perspective, think about from the point of view of business people. So crowding out, just remember, deficit spending, increase in demand for loanable funds, higher interest rates, decrease in investment. So that usually slows down economic growth. And then the other question was about tax multiplier and spending. Now, again, there's like a math thing to it. You can think about the government spends $1,000 and then that gets multiplied by MPC again, because those people spent 80% of it, then 80% of it, then 80% of it. So you can imagine 1,000 plus 1,000 times 0.8 plus 1,000 times 0.8 times 0.8 plus 1,000 times 0.8, 0.8, 0.8. So you can see that, we keep multiplying by the MPC. So if you've taken math, that's a geometric series with 1 over 1 minus the common ratio, which in this case is the MPC. So that's where the formula comes from. It's the government spending money to stimulate the economy. We can have the other way of that too. And then tax multiplier, it's the same thing, but it's just one less than the spending multiplier, because when the government spends, X amount of money, all of that money goes into the market. But when a government gives a tax break, the consumers are going to save some of that and spend some of it. They're not going to spend 100% of it. That's why the tax multiplier is one less than the consumer spending multiplier. I hope that explains the multipliers.
That was an awesome explanation, yeah. All right, there was a really good question that I saw from Brandon, even though it isn't the top rated question. It was a really great one because it is something that we kind of overlooked. So Brandon asked about the relationship between inflation and real interest rates, right? And this is definitely a topic that you want to understand. And it is explained using what's called the Fisher equation, right? We try to put that in the outline. I'll throw it in there. The Fisher equation basically states that the nominal interest rate, right? One second, I want to make sure this is right? Yes, okay. So it's that the real interest rate, right, is equal to the nominal interest rate minus the inflation rate. Or some people see it with symbols as P equals R minus pi, but that's beyond the point. Basically, it states that the real interest rate is equal to that nominal rate minus the inflation, right? So if you think about just applying numbers to that, that would be how you would understand the Fisher equation. You're only going to see this in like one point of like the exam. It's probably not even going to come up, but it is an equation worth knowing, and that is really good to know. So Brandon, that was a good question about the Fisher equation. All right. Let's see, Chris, you want to pick
so yeah, I'll just answer one question that I saw a lot of times in the chat. It was what I meant by one less. Okay, so follow with me here. I'm going to try to do a math demonstration for you. Remember that spending multiplier is one, and this is by no means necessary, but you guys asked so much about it. I'll just quickly explain. Remember that spending multiplier is 1 over MPS, correct? Spending multiplier is 1 over MPS. Tax multiplier is MPC over MPS. But remember that MPC is 1 minus MPS. So tax multiplier can be rewritten as 1 minus MPS divided by MPS, which is 1 minus MPS minus 1. And if you go back, remember, 1 minus MPS is just the spending multiplier. So, by rearranging equation and substituting, we just get that the tax multiplier is 1 over MPS minus 1. So the tax multiplier is the spending multiplier minus 1. But, you don't really have to worry about that derivation or where it comes from. There's questions about how long the break will be for. It'll be around 10 minutes. What would be the most important thing we have to make sure during the test? Keep an eye on the time. There have been a couple exams where there have been like A through L parts, or some exams were A through J. I don't know what will be the case with macro, but just be prepared. Look how many parts are in the question before you even begin part A, so you can sort of budget your time and just make sure you sort of plan ahead and keep track.
Sure, yeah. I took micro today, the micro exam. There's going to be roughly like 10 parts per question. Like you're going to see between A to J or A to I. And the micro, yeah, some people had A to K. I want to say A to J and A to H. But the timing is really strict, right? You get 30 minutes for the first question, 20 minutes for the second question. And then you will, you need to get it done at that time. And it is a lot of time, but it also isn't, right? You can lose track of time really, really, really quickly, right? Like really quickly. It's scary, right? So you want to make sure to keep track of your time. Depesh, I saw that question, right? I don't quite understand the comparative advantage thing. You did it on the study guide. It was kind of confusing. So as a concept, right, comparative advantage is all about opportunity cost, right? How much does it cost me to produce this one good in relation to another good, right? If I can produce, let's say, 10 apples, or I can produce 5 oranges, right? It will tell me, the opportunity costs tell me that one of those, I'm trying to do this in my head now. Basically, it has to do with those opportunity costs and finding who has the lowest opportunity cost to produce. And I see you guys are asking about the Phillips curve, so we can go over that next. Chris, is that okay with you, or? Chris?
That's good with me.
All right, cool. Also, you have Dino Sauce was in the chat. That would be, oh man, can we get Dino Sauce in here? All right. So I'm gonna share my screen here. I'm gonna pull up a very sophisticated software for economics graphing. It's called Paint. Very sophisticated, but I'll be able to show you guys how we actually get the where we actually get the Phillips curve from. All right, let me pull up Paint here. There we go. All right, so here we have Paint, and if we go ahead and draw some axes, right? And on our axes is going to be our unemployment rate. I'm just going to write like unemp because I don't want to have to bother. The graphic. And if you're still here, are you able to, sorry, Ms. Powell, are you able to make this bigger? Is she still here? I don't know if she's still here, so I don't know if there's, here, I'm going to close this out real quick. Let me ask someone if they can pop in and make this bigger, and then, right. There we go. I just tagged someone, asked them to help me out. So hopefully they'll get in here and help us. Yep, okay, someone's helping us out right now. Awesome. What colleges, universities? I'm a junior, so I'm not applying to college yet. I mean, I'm getting there, but, not quite yet. There we go. Hey, okay. So we've got unemployment here, and then we've got inflation on this axis right here, right? And if we think about the idea of an inflationary and recessionary gap, we know that at low unemployment, there's going to be a lot of production and prices are going to rise. So we have a high prices at low unemployment. Similarly, at really high unemployment, there's not going to be much production, and we're going to have a lower inflation rate, showing us a trade-off in the short run. And that gives us our short run Phillips curve, right? However, in the long run, we do not have such a trade-off, right? So we have our long run Phillips curve. Essentially, when we're looking at the long run Phillips curve, it thank you, Krish. All right. So when we're looking at the long run Phillips curve and the short run Phillips curve, we can see those three concepts once again, right? So here we're going to see a recessionary gap right here, right? And this is because we have, right, on the quicks for types of curves, do this on the quick. Yeah, I can try to do this as quickly as I can. If Krish is okay with us just doing a massive graphing session, if he's down.
That's totally fine.
All right. For you guys. All right, so we've got the inflationary gap and we've got our, or that's a recessionary gap, excuse me. Here we have our inflationary gap, right? High inflation, low unemployment. One sec, sorry. All right, and then we have our, I'm gonna make this kind of green, right? We have our full employment level of output. Let me make that a bit of a darker green. Full employment level of output, right? And that's what the Phillips curve can show us. However, let's think about shifting short run aggregate supply. And I'm gonna draw this really sloppily, so bear with me. So here we have a graph of aggregate demand, short run aggregate supply, long run aggregate supply, and this will be price level and real GDP, right? So when we shift short run aggregate supply, let's suppose short run aggregate supply shifts to the left, right, to form an SRAS prime and an SRAS. We see the price level went up and the quantity went down, meaning both unemployment and inflation went up. So that means that our Phillips curve will shift to the right, right? Both unemployment and inflation at every price level has gone up, right? Meaning that here is our new long-run equilibrium and our new examples of the gaps, right? So we have our short-run Phillips curve prime. And so that's really what you want to know about the Phillips curve regarding those shifts. All right, any other questions with curves or graphs to draw? Krish, anything to mention about the Phillips curve or the shifts and stuff?
No, I think you said it perfectly. You guys just need to remember that Phillips curve is just a different representation of the ADAS graph, you know? So it's all based on the ADAS graph, and so much of macroeconomics is, you know? So just remember that Phillips curve and ADAS graph is very similar and they're related.
Oh yeah, everything in this class is related, and I would draw out like a whole chart of like every related graph, but because I can't do that from memory. I wish I could. That would make me a whole other god. But right, the most important graph in this whole class, in my opinion, and Krish, if you disagree, feel free to call me out here, is going to be your aggregate demand and aggregate. That's as close to center as I'm getting. And aggregate supply, right? And so what we want to note from this graph, real GDP and our price level, right? So what does this graph show us? Right, one sec. I think, oh, I did not see the chat. Oops. There we go. Everything going okay? All right, so here we have our aggregate demand, aggregate supply, right? Can you show us different scenarios? Yeah, that's a good idea. So let's first of all look at economic growth, because we kind of rushed through that, right? If we're looking at economic growth, we're going to see a rightward shift in the long run aggregate supply curve. So we're going to see something like that, right? However, when this happens, what really happens is we see shifts in both curves as well, right? So we'll see shifts in aggregate demand and aggregate supply to form a brand new, I'm going to do this in another here. Right, so if we do this red, we have a brand new, see, and I shifted them wrong to the point where I have to erase my long run aggregate supply now. And long run aggregate supply will shift where that new equilibrium shows up. Right, when they both shift, we will see long run aggregate supply intersect right there. So that's economic growth. Right, so that's, I know that was kind of a really badly drawn graph. However, we tried. Okay, so redrawing this graph, I'm just going to really rush through like the labeling process because you guys know at this point what we are dealing with. We have aggregate demand, we have short run aggregate supply, and long run aggregate supply. All right, so when we're looking at these scenarios, right? Excuse me. Right, so when we're dealing with these scenarios, we're going to see either an inflationary gap or a recessionary gap. So let's think about inflationary gap first. So let's say the Fed decreases interest rates and aggregate demand will shift to the right, right? So we shift it to the right and we see that our AD prime, and we have our new Y, right? So let's call that Y1, and our new price level, PL1, right? Compare that to, let's call this PL0 and YE for Y at long run equilibrium. We see that real GDP has gone up along with the price level, right? So that is what happens in an inflationary gap. And we see that this difference right here, that is our inflationary gap, right? I know people think of gaps as like kind of that weird term. That's the gap, right? So this is, sorry, I'm like looking at that. Why did he draw that Y like that? That's how I draw it with this. If I'm writing a Y in any other fashion, I'm doing that. But if I'm doing it on an ADAS graph for some reason, I'm doing that. I'm a monster. I know. Also, I think the stream is still going to be 5 hours. I know we're coming up to our last few minutes here, so I'm going to X out of this. I know I've kind of been hogging the time, so Chris, you can also, sorry.
That's totally fine. I was enjoying the chat there. Some of you guys had questions in the Ask a Question tab. Let me reiterate, I know Dylan said it before, Forex will not be on this exam. And I know Forex is, a big anxiety reason for some people. So take a deep breath because it is not on the exam. What do you think personally will be on the exam? Unfortunately, I wish I had magical powers, but I don't. But I think some topics like aggregate demand, aggregate supply, multipliers, Phillips curves are very important.
Definitely. I can see that they did this on micro for, I think, everyone. I would not be surprised if they showed you a graph of aggregate demand, aggregate supply, and asked you to interpret things based off of it. So like saying, right, if aggregate demand increases, what will happen to price and quantity, right? Or vice versa, right? So yeah, that's what I think. Sorry. Yeah, we're like enjoying the chat at this point. I know we're kind of just about out of time. So Tan and Miss Paul are probably going to be popping up any second now. But yeah, y'all are roasting my Ys. Economic theories, they are going to be applied on the exam. So you're not going to be asked, explain Keynesian economics, but you're going to see aspects of Keynesian economics, monetarist economics, classical economics employed on that exam. So yeah. How do interest rates affect bond prices? You see an inverse effect. So when interest rates, am I right? Yeah. Wait, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but when interest rates go up, bond prices go down, vice versa, right?
Yes, because yeah, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. I actually don't know the bond market that well, so please, if you're more experienced.
Okay, so basically, if interest rates increase, the money you earn on those previous bonds is, not as appealing. So when interest rates go up, the demand for previously issued bonds for fixed interest, you have to make those specifications, goes down because the interest I can earn now because of the inflation, seems to be more than, the interest I could earn from previously issued bonds. So as interest rates go up, prices or demand of previously issued bonds goes down.
Right. Econ is everything. Yeah, no, you make a really good point there. Econ is literally everything. All right. Let's see. Any other questions? Oh, geez. Speaking of bonds and interest rates, when you say real money due to change, wouldn't that interpretation be value, basically? Krish, if you want to take this one.
Yeah, I think what you mean is like how far the dollar goes. And I think what you're talking about is purchasing power. And you're right. When interest rate goes up and down, you have to sort of keep in account how far the dollar goes. So if, there's inflation or deflation, the nominal interest rate changes, but you have to, keep in mind the real interest rates and stuff too, because it's about the purchasing power. It's about how much you can buy with that dollar. It's about how much that dollar's worth.
Right. Yeah, that's a really good. That's a good point. Yeah, I saw a really good question up here asking about long run adjustment. That I think is really something that you want to know for the exam. So when you're looking at drop your ads, right? So when you're looking at long run adjustments in the aggregate demand and aggregate supply, aggregate demand and aggregate supply graph, right? Let's say we're in an inflationary gap, right? In an inflationary gap, prices have risen. So in theory, assuming that prices and wages are flexible, right? Right, you are going to go to your boss and you're going to say, listen, prices are going up, I need a raise, right? And the reason why they might give you that raise is because your real wages, your real income will not stay the same, or will stay the same, excuse me, it will stay the same. Your nominal income will go up, right? And that's why if nominal incomes go up, right, short run aggregate supply will shift to the left, which will close the inflationary gap. Similarly, right, if you have a recessionary gap, nominal wages will go down, meaning that short run aggregate supply will shift to the right, which will everyone's asking about the Fortnite dance. I didn't even care about the econ point. But yeah, we were promised it. I'll do it during the break when we get to the break, which should be any minute now. And we're actually technically over time. We might have to change the supply. Yeah, y'all are causing a disequilibrium. There's a shortage right now. Right. Right. I'm wondering, are we just? I'm gonna see. Yeah, wait. There we go.
Okay.
Allison's back.
So is Ton coming on for the break?
I'll add him. Let me see. All right. Well, why are people cheering in the chat? All right. The demand for the dance is increasing. I've done before, so I've definitely done stuff that people have requested. Everyone asking for our apps and stuff. Oh my goodness. All right, I think we're just waiting for Ton at this point to pop in.
I think
Sorry?
I'll talk about the government spending multiplier being greater than taxes in the FRQ portion.
Yeah, I remember they did ask a question about a while ago. Here, I'll just drop my hat because y'all are
But
asking.
here's the thing, Caitlin, what's crazy is what they take on the explain point is just to say that the spending multiplier is greater than the tax multiplier.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you have to say. You don't even have to say the reason behind that.
That's interesting. Yeah, I know. I don't remember. Was that the 2019 exam or was that a different exam? Because I remember there was a multiplier question. It was the 20. Okay, because I remember that's the exam I took, and yeah, Dylan, what do you predict the micro cutoff will be? So I remember for the 24-point practice exam, you needed roughly a 21 for a 5. I would say it's going to be pretty hard to get a 5 on this exam. I would say you need relatively close to a perfect score to get a 5. 4s will probably be a lot easier to come by. 5s not so much. You accidentally do a stream and you accidentally get a fandom, really. Oh, okay. So many people are mad at me. But yeah, I think now's time for a break because it's been 2.5 hours of straight macro.
Yeah.
So we can chill. Are we waiting for Ton, or should I make the announcement, or do you want
to? Either way, but if you guys will download the document, the PDF of the FRQs, that would be good. I've got a new system. We're not doing the thing that I did last night because that was not very efficient. So anyway, if you'll download the FRQs, that way you can go along with me. However, and write in your responses. However, it's not going to be as blurry tonight. Okay, if you were on here last night.
Oh, snap, friends. Hey, yeah, I'm all for friends. All right.
The FRQs are in a document that is linked, should be linked on the green bar. Dylan, you can't leave till you do some sort of Fortnite dance.
Right, yeah, I'm not allowed to leave unless I'll do the default dance right before I leave, just to satisfy you guys, because clearly I don't know, if you took the micro exam, you should know that I'll only do it if the marginal benefit outweighs the marginal cost, so.
Yeah, it's on the page. It says Allison's FRQ slides. Ooh, and then also download that money multiplier, because let me tell you, if there is a money multiplier question, that will really help you. Okay. Well, if you guys need to have a break because you've been talking for 2.5 hours, and that can kind of get tired.
Yeah,
I can go ahead and
I think you have to invite Ton up because he has to announce the social media thing.
Thank you.
Got you.
I was just waiting for him to pop in.
No, we got to invite this man up.
Yeah, I know. I just forgot.
Ooh.
Ton has arrived.
How's it going, everyone? making it.
Yeah.
I am exhausted, first of all, for these 2 weeks of 5-hour sessions. But we're almost at the end. Thank you, Dylan, Chris, for hosting the first half of AP Macro. Dylan, I know you were just coming out of an exam, so thank you for hopping from the exam straight here.
I took micro, then I came here. I haven't left this room in like 7 hours.
So you took your micro exam, came here to stream about macro?
Oh yeah, and I streamed the micro exam last night. So I did micro, Lang, micro, macro.
Jeez.
It's been a very economical day, but we love economics, so.
Awesome. So yeah, just to introduce the social media challenge and some things coming up for the next part of the stream. We will be disabling the chat for Allison's portion so she can focus on really giving you the FRQ practice that you guys need. The chat was a little bit distracting yesterday, so you can still ask questions on the community, but we do want to make sure that this is a conducive learning space for learning. So any questions that you might have, just drop them in the community. Hopefully, if you want to talk to Krish and Dylan, I know you guys love them, so ask them your questions over there. It's nothing against you guys. It's just it just makes everything go so much smoother. So right now, I want you to take a couple minutes to hop over to TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, do our social media challenge. We are paying for 3 students AP macro fees. So, hop over on social and post something funny. There's Amanda's over there in the background. Yeah, we're both about to pass out. But yeah, hop over on social, post something funny, post a macro meme, and take a picture of you studying, take a selfie with Allison, Dylan, or Krish over here. Just take a selfie with the Crowdcast screen. Make sure you use the hashtags 5HourGang and AP Macro and tag Think5able. Only people who tag us and are following us will be eligible to win. And you obviously must have a CRAM finale ticket. Obviously you do since you're here. Again, these details are also posted in the community side. So if you missed the details, you can just scroll over there and figure out everything that you need. And then if Chris and Dylan want you to have their social media, they'll let us know, and then we'll share that with you. I'm sure they do want more fans, so we'll figure that out later. But
I'm just over here eating my dinner.
Yeah,
Just straight ice cream. Pretty good though. It's butter pecan.
Yeah, I had that last night. But yeah, anything else you want to say to the AP Macro kids?
Y'all got this, man. You're just like, you're committed. You definitely got this. I don't know. I don't have any specific econ advice because it ain't my thing. But I do know that if you're here right now and you spend this much time in a stream with these three amazing econ experts, please, College Board ain't got nothing on you.
Yeah, I mean, we chose them for a reason, so you're in good hands. Listen to whatever they have to say, and ask them questions to help clarify things. And again, I'll post a link to the AP Macro social media challenge in the chat. There you go. So that's the link to the details for the social media challenge. So just do that before we get started with Allison, and then we'll just finish out the night really strong, and then hopefully you guys will do really good for your test tomorrow. And then once we all log off, Allison, feel free to just disable the chat and then get started when you're ready. All right, your mic's off.
I'm not sure how to disable the chat, so can you do that for me?
Yeah, we'll handle it for you.
Click options, disable chat.
Pardon?
We'll do it.
We'll do it for you. But yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. I nicknamed you. What did I say? Delish. Like
Fanboys.
Dylan.
Oh, Delish.
Yeah.
There
you go.
All right. All right, chat. You're about to all get Thanos, so take care.
Well, I guess double Thanos because they're all about to go, half of them.
Mute the chat.
They all want me to do
Again, keep the interactions over to the community. We appreciate your love and support. Thank you all for being here. I know you guys are all really into this, so keep it productive. Right. Guys, I'll turn off the chat in just a moment.
Bye.
That's a Fortnite dance sitting down. I did my best, right? I'm not going to get up and default dance for y'all. I did my best. Anyways, I think I know this is my time. I don't know if Chris is going to stick around, but I know this is my time because I have to go eat.
Yeah, I think I'm going to leave too.
So yeah.
All right, bye guys.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck. Amazing people like you are in demand.
Yeah.
See you guys.
All right. See you guys.
Okay, so let me just get my screen shared. Tonight I'm going to use BitPaper, which I think will work a little bit better than what I did last night. Okay. All right, so tonight we're just going to work on FRQs. As always, follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and and on YouTube. Okay, so the first one I want to talk about is a balance sheet because a lot of you guys are asking about balance sheets. I also linked a really cool document that I created with my students, mostly because they were whining about all the different ways that the balance sheets, or not the balance sheets, but the money multiplier questions would be asked. So I think actually before I start with this FRQ, which kind of deals with something I'm going to talk about, that sheet that I created. So give me just a second. I'm going to share that instead of sharing this for just a moment. Okay, you guys can see I've got like 1,000 things open for micro and macro stuff at the top there. But this money multiplier flow chart I want to go over. Okay. All right, so why this is a really great flow chart for you to keep with you, print it out and keep with you on the exam, is because basically I went through all the FRQs and I looked to see how they worded the money multiplier problems, because I noticed it wasn't like fiscal policy. Fiscal policy, they'll give you the output gap and they'll just say, hey, calculate how much government has to spend or how much taxes have to change by. It's pretty much it, okay? Or they'll give you the amount of government spending or taxes, and then you have to figure out what's going to happen to GDP. But for the money problems, man, they're so much harder, because they could ask you what's the immediate impact, how much does required reserves change initially, how much do excess reserves change initially. Then they could ask about what's the total change in the money supply. They could ask about checkable deposits, loans, required reserves. They could ask about anything. And I found that really confusing. And so I made this chart for my students. And what makes it doubly confusing is that it could be either somebody deposits something, or it could be the Federal Reserve buys a bond. And so you have to know how both bond buying problems work as well as deposit problems, and with all these different questions. So you keep this out, you just look at my sample problem, I've got the formula for you, and then you can get busy with it, okay? So the immediate change on the money supply, if someone deposits $1,000, so I deposit $1,000 into a checking account at First National Bank, there's going to be no change to the money supply immediately. And last year I noticed they used the word monetary base, or it might have been on I think that was on an FRQ that you guys couldn't get, but teachers got. And that confused kids, because usually they just call it the money supply. So same kind of deal. Don't worry about it. Just use those terms interchangeably. But if I deposit $1,000 from cash in my pocket into my checking account, there is no change in M1, because both cash and checking are in M1, okay? Now that doesn't mean that nothing will happen eventually, just there's no immediate change. So my bank, whoever I bank with, First National in this case, does have to keep some of my deposit. They've got to keep 20%, because in the top left, corner, it says RRR is 0.2. So they have to keep 20% of the deposit. And so I worked the math for you. If the RR is 0.2 and my deposit's 1,000, then they have to keep 200. If First National gets that deposit, they can lend out the rest of that money. So they have to keep $200, but they can lend out $800. Before they lend it out, it goes into excess reserves. Okay, so the immediate change in excess reserves is $800 because it's basically what's left. Now, sometimes and a lot of times, they'll ask, what is the maximum change in the money supply due to the transaction? So you're going to do 1 over the RRR, and if the RRR is 0.2, and 1 over 0.2 is 5, good news, you get calculators, y'all. I used to have to teach my students all kinds of tricks to do math in their head, but this year, you don't have to worry about it, so that's kind of cool. Anyway, 1 over 0.2 is 5. You multiply that times the change in excess reserves. So the excess reserves for First National was 800. 5 times 800 is 4,000. Now, that's the change in the money supply. But sometimes they'll ask you about checkable deposits, loans, required reserves. So the 4,000 that got created through the lending system, you have to include that into checkable deposits because that's how the multiplier works. It goes like, all right, I deposit my money into First National. They got to keep 20%. They lend out 80%. They lend out 800. Then somebody goes and buys something with the money that they were loaned. They go and buy something, and then that money, the seller, will deposit it in their bank, Bank B. And Bank B will then have $800 that they did not have previously. So that bank has to keep some and can lend some, which 80% of 800 is like 640. So they lend it out. And somebody deposits it into Bank C. So you get the picture. It keeps going and going and going. But in order for it to keep going and going and going, that money has to be in the bank in the form of checkable deposits. Okay. So the $400 that were loaned out, that goes in, that was created through the lending system, that's in checkable deposits. But this whole thing started out with me putting $1,000 into checkable deposits. So 4,000 in loans plus 1,000 that ends up in required reserves makes 5,000, and that's what's in checkable deposits. Okay, I know that was a lot, but we got a lot to get through. I think if you have this sheet with you on the exam, hopefully it'll help you with these types of problems. Now, bond problems are slightly different. Okay, when the Fed buys a bond, when it buys that bond, the money supply immediately goes up by the amount of the bond purchase. So if they buy a bond from First National for $1,000, the money supply increases by $1,000 because that money was not already in the money supply. Now, First National's required change in required reserves is 0. Because there was no deposit that happened. Just when the Fed bought that bond, there was no deposit, and required reserves are based on deposits. All of that 1,000 goes into First National's excess reserves. So they can lend out all $1,000. They lend it out to Sally. Sally spends it in the economy. The person that she bought her really cheap used car from then goes and puts it into their bank, Bank B. Okay, and then that bank has a new deposit of $1,000 and can then loan out 80% of that. So then it starts that cycle again. It just kind of starts the cycle with 1,000 instead of with 800. So that's why when you plug in the numbers to the formula, that's better. When you plug in the numbers to the formula, you're going to do 1 over 0.2, which is 5, but instead of the excess reserves being 800, like they are with a bank, they're 1,000, which equals 5,000, okay? So there's a difference in the change in the money supply when it's due to a bond versus when it's due to a deposit problem. But the same will be, the same amount will be in checkable deposits, 5,000. Of the 5,000, 20% has to be kept in required reserves. So even though that first bank, First National, from the bond problem did not have to keep 20% because there wasn't a deposit, all the other banks have to keep part of it. So required reserves will change. So it's 0.2 times the checkable deposits of 5,000 is 1,000. That's going to be in required reserves, and the other will be lent out. Okay, will be in loans. Okay, all right. So I'm telling you, what you do on the exam is they say change in loans, go straight down to the bottom, look at how I solved the problem, and you should be ready to go for the exam. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to get back to the actual FRQs, but that should help you answer one part of the FRQ that we have coming up. Okay, so I put a poll out to see if you guys wanted to do just the College Board ones, and it was overwhelming that you guys wanted to do the 2020 College Board FRQ. So those were the ones I picked. Last night, I tried to pick the hardest FRQs that were just like on the minutia points, just so that way, you know, you would be prepared if they asked you something weird. But I'm glad that we're using the ones from the College Board, because I think that, you know, that could be more similar to the ones that you'll see on the exam tomorrow. At least I hope so. Okay. So I found the first time that I worked this problem, B3, to be really difficult. Okay. So I'll show you a few tricks on how to work B3. I think the rest of the FRQ, though, is pretty straightforward. And I said the first time I worked this because this is based on one from quite a long time ago. They changed the names around. So whoever changed the names is obviously a Star Wars fan, because Rey is here. You got Solo Bank. And then there's something on the next page, I think, about Han. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, maybe not. Definitely Star Wars, though. Has to be. Okay, so calculate the reserve requirement. I believe that Dylan and Krish, all right, Delish. Anyway, I think that they probably gave you the formula for the required reserve ratio. So the required reserve ratio is required reserves over demand deposits. Sometimes they get real tricky and they try to put something here in owner's equity. Like they'll put like 100,000 or something in owner's equity. And when they do that, kids think that they have to put that in demand deposits, like that they need to include that, but you don't, okay? So if it says anything about owner's equity, don't touch it, all right? So all you have to do is put the required reserves of 10,000 over the demand deposits of 100,000. Okay. Cross out your zeros, you get 1/10. You want to put that in a decimal, though. You don't want to leave it as 1/10. Okay. So the reserve requirement for this bank is 0.1 or 0.1. Okay. Now, I think that's probably not so bad of a question. Again, though, on this AP exam, they're going to ask you to explain or to show your work. So you would need to use that formula, put RRR equals RR over demand deposits, and then plug in the numbers too, okay? Okay. So if Ray withdraws $5,000 in cash from her checking account at Solo Bank, what's going to happen on this balance sheet? So that gets kind of tricky. I want you to go ahead and change this so you don't forget to change it later. From 100,000 to 95,000. Okay, because that will help you with a tricky problem later. So go ahead and change that. Then I want you to think about total reserves instead of splitting it up between required and excess. So the total reserves before was 15,000. Okay. They had 10 in required and 5 in excess. Anytime you make a change to the right side that decreases it, you know, the bank sheet's got a balance. So you've got to take out the same amount on the left side. So we're going to knock out this 5,000 of excess reserves. Okay, so that brings our total reserves now to 10,000. Okay. When it says reserves, I need you to think total reserves, because it would say required or excess if it meant it. So if it says reserves, they mean total reserves. So as I said before, total reserves are going to go down by 5,000. Okay. What is the initial effect of the withdrawal on the M1 measure of the money supply? Explain. Well, on that little sheet that I gave you, it said if someone deposits $1,000, there's no immediate effect on the M1 measure of the money supply. It's the same deal with a withdrawal. Also, that chart goes the opposite way. You know, if the Fed sells a bond for $1,000, then that's going to make the money supply decrease by $1,000. So that chart, you could do all of that stuff except backwards. All right, if you have a withdrawal or if you have the Fed selling a bond. Okay, so if someone withdraws money from their checking account and puts it in their pocket, it's still an M1. On your explain point, you just need to say both cash and checking are an M1, so there is no change. So, there, still hard, is no change. And if you want to get fancy, you could say the composition of the money supply of M1 changes from cash to checking, but M1 stays stable. Okay, so let's talk about the one that gave me so many problems so long ago when I first did this problem. Calculate the new value of the excess reserves on the balance sheet of Solo Bank after the withdrawal based on the reserve requirement from Part A. So make sure, again, that you've already taken out the 5,000 here on demand deposits, and that should give you a clue. So if demand deposits are 95,000 and the reserve requirement is 0.1, they don't need 10,000 in required reserves anymore, do they? They just need 10%. And 10% of 10,000, or excuse me, 10% of 95,000 is 9,500. But we said before that their total reserves are 10,000. Well, total reserves are required reserves and excess reserves. So if required is 5,000, then excess reserves are 500. So B2 calculates the new value of excess reserves. Now excess reserves are 500. Okay. Let me move this around just a little bit. Okay. Now assume that Ben withdraws from Solo Bank an amount that exceeds the bank's excess reserves. Assuming that no loans are called in, how can Solo Bank cover its required reserves? So I know that Dylan and Dylan and Krish said, talked about this. They said that if banks need a loan, they can go to the Federal Reserve. And if they get a loan from the Federal Reserve, the interest rate that they pay is going to be called the discount rate. Now, you did not have to include that part. You could just say that they can get a loan from the Federal Reserve to cover their required reserves because they have to have them by the end of the night. Okay. The other place that they could go is they could go to other banks. When they go to other banks to get a loan, they'll have to pay the federal funds rate. That's just the interest rate that banks charge each other. Okay. D, the government reduces the tax rate on household interest earnings. What will happen to private savings? This one's a little trickier and one I think that you guys probably don't see as much on other practice FRQs. I'm going to erase part C now, okay? So that way I'll have some room. Okay. So if the government gives you a tax break, that's what that means. If they reduce your tax rate, they're decreasing your taxes on a particular thing here, your interest earnings. So let's say you're a millionaire and you have $1 million in the bank. That money is going to earn interest every year. And let's say from that $100,000 that you have in your savings account and other investments that bear interest, let's say you make $100,000 on that money. The government taxes that income. It's basically called capital gains. And if they were to lower that, you would have to pay less in taxes. So you're going to be more likely to put money in your savings accounts than you would otherwise. And so maybe you won't put your money in the stock market. Maybe you'll put it in an interest-bearing account. Okay? So private savings will increase as a result of that change in taxes. Okay, so part D, private savings increases. Okay. E, explain how the change in private savings identified in part D will affect the following. I remember seeing on the outline that the guys put together, they talked about how the loanable funds market brings together demanders who are borrowers, and suppliers who are savers. We're going to put real interest rates on the Y, quantity of loanable funds, on the X. And so since more people are going to be saving money, then this is going to be an increase in the supply of loanable funds. Okay, this is a really good thing for the economy to have interest rates to go down. Okay, so the quantity of loanable funds demanded will increase. I expect, I don't know because I wasn't in the micro exam today, like some of our students, but I expect that they're going to ask a quantity question in regards to either this graph or the money market graph, because if you increase the demand for money, the quantity supply or the equilibrium quantity is not going to change, and that could be like a tricky point where they could get you. Okay, let me show you what I mean. These two graphs are used together or are confused quite a bit, right? So, because they're basically talking about the same thing. Instead of real interest rates, you're going to have nominal interest rates, quantity of money, and the supply is vertical. So like I was saying, if you increased the demand for money on this one, and they ask you what happens to the quantity, you're going to say no change. Whereas if you increase the demand on the loanable funds graph, that's going to change the quantity of loanable funds. So that's something that could kind of set apart some of the 4s and 5s, because a lot of kids get these two graphs confused. Okay. So since the equilibrium quantity increased, went from the gray dot down to the pink dot, okay? Since the equilibrium quantity increased, that means both the quantity demanded and quantity supplied is going to increase. So the supply of loanable funds increased, which is a shift to the right. The real interest rate went down, and the quantity of loanable funds demanded went up. But let's look. Ooh. It says explain all of these. Yay. Okay, so the supply of loanable funds, how I would explain that. So I'm going to type these out because I know that my handwriting is not like the most beautiful in the world. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to check something to make sure. Okay. Just checking our Slack account, making sure everything's going good. Okay. So part EI. Supply of loanable funds will increase because the lower tax rate on savings induces people to save money. When the supply of loanable funds increases, the real interest rate decreases. Okay. So I really hate that because there's not much more that you can do to explain that. I mean, a greater supply means prices go down. And I really think that that's all that they're wanting there. Okay, on 3, when supply of loanable funds increases without a demand shift, the equilibrium quantity will increase. Therefore, the liquidity of LF loanable funds will increase. All right. I think that's the whole FRQ. Ooh. Something else. Okay, yeah. So that was that whole FRQ. For some reason, the type still stays on. And I'll give you guys just a second if you want to write all that out. I'm not going to have all the answers posted. I might, if I got around to it, maybe I could do that. I'm not sure if this will keep everything, like some programs do, everything that I've written. If it does, I can just easily post an extra copy. But ideally, you always, when someone's doing FRQ, you don't just watch them do the FRQ, you do it with them. Otherwise, it just, you don't get as much out of it. Okay. Okay. So the next FRQ that I want to do is about Meekland. I think this is one that's just straight on the exam. Like, I don't know if they adapted this one or not, or if it's just one of the old ones, but I definitely remember working this in the past. They did not just create this for their YouTube wonderful lessons. Okay. Now, this question is always going to be on the exam. Now, this year you don't have to graph, but I guarantee you, you will have to talk about aggregate demand and aggregate supply and talk about shift. They're going to do some sort of shifter. And so you need to graph it out and then talk about it. Okay. So assume the economy of Meekland is in long run equilibrium with a balanced government budget. This deal with a balanced government budget doesn't really matter as much. And so sometimes when there's lengthy questions, kids kind of get wrapped up in everything, and some things you just don't need to worry about. I mean, it's kind of like a ceteris paribus condition, like you're holding everything else equal. It is important to know this, though, that they are in long run equilibrium. So if I were to draw that, which I have to anyway for part B, I would go ahead and draw it in long run equilibrium. So AD is downsloping, SRAS is upsloping. Now on the FRQs, I have never seen them ask about why the aggregate demand is downsloping. Generally, they do that on the FRQ portion, or excuse me, on the multiple choice portion. Never seen it on an FRQ, but it might this year. So you definitely want to have those notes that the boys put together for you, so that way you'll have that wealth effect and the interest rate effect, and it explained for you, so that way you can just say what they told you. Okay. All right, so if you're in full employment equilibrium, that means that all three curves cross. And I know that that's not a perfectly vertical line, but work with me here. You're going to put YF at the bottom always of LRAS, because YF stands for full employment GDP. Okay, so consider the PPC for Meekland. If you're in full employment output, okay, here it does not ask you to draw it, but I'm going to draw it, and I'm going to put Dylan's favorite, because we had a whole discussion on Slack about this. Not a whole discussion, like, I don't know, a couple of sentences about how they always put guns and butter. But anyway, gun and butter, they will only make one. All right, so if their productively efficient, that's any point on the curve. And since we're in long run equilibrium, we are using all our resources possible. So they are going to be on the PPC. All right. Well, things don't always stay wonderful. And Meekland has had a fall in consumer confidence. Wah, wah, wah. So aggregate demand falls. Okay. When aggregate demand decreases, this is going to decrease the price level. If you just look on the graph, that black line, I guess I'll change to black real fast. Here, okay, when you compare the pink line to that black line, the pink line is definitely lower, okay? And on the real GDP axis, real GDP is lower from the black original equilibrium to the pink new equilibrium. So output is the same thing as real GDP, and so it falls. When real GDP falls, you're not going to need as many workers. So if you don't need as many workers, unemployment will decline, or excuse me, employment will decline. Usually they ask about unemployment. So then putting employment here, I think is just a little bit trickier, just because I'm so used to them asking about unemployment. But if they had said unemployment, well, obviously that would just be the opposite. So unemployment would go up. All right. On a correctly labeled graph of the short and long run Phillips curves, with a fall in consumer confidence causing movement along the SRPC down and to the right, or up and to the left, or a rightward shift of the SRPC, or a leftward shift of the SRPC. Explain. So I think they may have adapted this one, because what's really good about this one is that they're not asking you to draw anything. They're just asking you what are the changes. So I assume that this is how it's going to be on the exam, since you're not going to have to draw anything. But what should you do? You should draw it out. Oh, it is saying correctly labeled, but that's what they could do. It's just ask you about it. LRPC. So the LRPC is vertical, and the short run Phillips curve is downsloping. You're going to put unemployment on the X and inflation on the Y. So when we were hanging out in full employment equilibrium, that would be the same on the Phillips curve as this black dot. In a recession, what do we say? Employment falls because real GDP is falling, and so you're going to have more unemployment. Well, where on this Phillips curve graph would show more unemployment? So again, unemployment decreased. So when I have students that wonder about, where to place the original dot, just think, I normally just think about the unemployment, because I think that that's easier for students to understand, that when you're in a recession, unemployment's going to be high. Okay. But let's also look at inflation. So inflation went, excuse me. Employment goes down, unemployment goes up. Okay. So when we went from the black equilibrium now to the pink equilibrium of 2, inflation is going down. Okay. So if inflation goes down and unemployment goes up, you're moving down the inflation axis and over on the unemployment axis. Okay. So your new point will be here at 2. And I'll make it pink, so that way it's color coded, just like ADAS. All right. Explain. So it's going to be a movement down the short run Phillips curve. Okay. Because, and how I would explain that is because when aggregate demand fell due to the change in consumer confidence, inflation goes down and unemployment goes up. This is an inverse relationship, so we're just moving along the short run Phillips curve. Okay? Okay. So let's say that the government doesn't do anything to fix the problem of the recession. If you see the words, the government and the central bank don't do anything, usually you should think, this is short run to long run. Okay? Self-adjustment. However, you should always read the whole question. All right? So, they do not pursue any discretionary policy change. How does the fall in consumer confidence affect government transfer payments in Meekland? So a transfer payment is still fiscal policy. So it's not like the government's not doing fiscal policy. They're just not doing discretionary fiscal policy. Automatic fiscal policy are those automatic stabilizers that someone asked about in the chat. Okay? So let me type this because that's so much better than my handwriting. Okay. Government transfer payments like unemployment insurance will increase in this recession due to the fall in consumer confidence. I think you should say a little bit more, okay, about this unemployment insurance. Okay, as workers are laid off of their jobs, they will qualify for the program. These social safety net programs, which will automatically increase government spending. Transfer payments aren't the only automatic stabilizer. Okay, and let's just talk about COVID real fast. So obviously a lot of people were laid off work, and the government did not have to pass that $2 trillion spending bill. I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't have done it. I'm just saying the government spending would automatically have increased because more people would have qualified for unemployment insurance. Now, what they did was a discretionary act because they said, okay, all you gig employee workers like me, because I'm a tutor for different companies, all you gig economy workers, you can get on unemployment. And not only can you get on unemployment, we're going to up the amount that you can get on unemployment. That was a discretionary act. But even if they hadn't done that, government spending on transfer payments would have gone up because of so many people who would become unemployed. Okay? All right. So we did D. It's always good to label. All right, E. Identify the effect of the change in government transfer payments you identified in D on the demand for the loanable funds and the real interest rate in Meekland. Okay. Well, rats. I'm going to move that up some. Okay, so loanable funds again, real interest rates quantity of loanable funds, demand for loanable funds, supply of loanable funds. And here, remember, supply is upsloping, not vertical, like the supply of money. Okay, so I think it's necessary to, before I talk about the change in this graph, is to talk about the budget balance, because students tend to have trouble with budget balances. Okay, so they told us that the economy is starting out with a balanced budget, right? But we just increased government spending. And we did not increase taxes along with that. And generally during a recession, you're not going to keep a balanced budget, okay? You're going to increase government spending and decrease personal income taxes to stimulate aggregate demand. So the increased spending without an increase in taxes will create a budget deficit. So the government's going to have a budget deficit. It's just like your checking account being negative. The government's income is their tax revenue. And if they're in a recession, automatically, they didn't talk about this in the prompt, but automatically tax revenue is going to go down, because I don't know if you've heard this saying, but you can't squeeze blood from a turnip. So the government can't take tax money if people have no income. So automatically taxes are going to go down too. So taxes go down, so the government has no income coming in, and they're spending a whole bunch of money. And so that means that their checking account is negative. All right, and so that means they have a budget deficit. Well, if I have a negative checking account balance, which thankfully I don't, not that it's not happened probably when I was in college and eating ramen noodles. Anyway, if you have a negative account, what do you have to do? Well, most households, well, they put it on credit cards, and credit cards is a loan. It's a short-term loan, but it's a loan. And the government is just the same. So the demand for loanable funds is all the borrowers out there. And the government here is a borrower too. So there is an increase in the demand for loans. Okay. When there's an increase in the demand for loans, that increases the real interest rate. So the question is, how does that change real interest rates? Just make sure, well, you're not going to graph this year, but if you normally, when you'd graph, you make sure that you put an up arrow on that axis. But I would also tell my students to write it out. Real interest rates increase. Okay. So, in the absence of fiscal or monetary policy, so this is the thing that I thought was going to be in Part D. In the absence of fiscal and monetary policies, what will happen to the short-run aggregate supply curve? So if you ever see these words, in the absence of changes in fiscal and monetary policies, if you see those words, I need you to have a Pavlovian response. So I don't know if you've taken AP Psych, but that means like, I need you to automatically be conditioned to say something. I need you to think, okay, short-run aggregate supply is going to shift, and it's got to be because of wages, because that is that long-run adjustment process, okay? So I've got to go back here to our ADA-S graph to show that. It doesn't ask you to show it on the graph here in F, but I'm going to anyway because I think it's helpful. So in a recession, if we did the fiscal policy, or if the automatic fiscal policy was put in place, then aggregate demand is going to shift to the right, okay? But in the absence of fiscal or monetary policy, remember your response is short-run aggregate supply is going to change. And how is it going to change? Well, I just want you to think at first, well, it's just got to change to meet the equilibrium. Okay? Now, I want you to know more than that. But if you just know that, then that'll help you, because there's no way that the short-run aggregate supply shifting to the left is going to fix a recession, because it can't. All right, now the three curves are not intersecting there. So it must shift to the right. So Pavlovian response. Okay, how things get fixed in the long run is, one, something happens to supply, look and figure out how short-run aggregate supplies got to shift to get to the long run. Here it's got to shift to the right. The second thing I want you to think, it's got to be because of wages. Nominal wages have changed. And then I need you to think like a business owner, okay? We're hanging out in a recession here in 2. There's lots of people unemployed. I want you to think, okay, yeah, lots of people are unemployed. Could I cut wages? Yeah. All right. People will accept to work for lower wages in a recession. Plus, their real wages have actually gone up because the price level's gone down. Okay. So they'll accept lower wages. And when they accept lower wages, businesses will be able to supply more, because basically, just think about it. You could hire more workers with the same amount of money, because each worker will be cheaper to you. So supply will shift to the right, and now you're going to enter a new long-run equilibrium. Okay, you're going to enter the long-run equilibrium, but if you look, the price level has gone down from the original. Okay. All right. So the short-run aggregate supply will shift to the right. Okay, explain, because wages have gone down. And really, that's all you have to say. It'd be nice if you said nominal wages have gone down. And it would be nice if you kind of explain that a little bit more. Say, okay, nominal wages have gone down due to high unemployment in a recession. Workers will accept lower wages. Businesses will now be more profitable to produce because they've had a resource cost go down. Therefore, since they're more profitable, they will begin to produce more. And that is how the economy will fix itself, barring fiscal or monetary policies. Okay? All right. Next FRQ. So we're doing pretty good. I've gone about an hour, and we've done 2 FRQs, and we've got 2 left. All right. So Indoria is an open economy that currently has a recessionary output gap. Now, sometimes they'll tell you it's a recessionary output gap, but sometimes they don't. They'll say something like actual GDP is below potential GDP. Or they could say the NRU is 5% and the actual unemployment rate is 10%. So you really have to know those terms and think about them in order to be able to figure out what the problem is with the economy. Okay? So on a correctly labeled graph of the long run aggregate supply, short run aggregate supply, and aggregate demand curves, would the current equilibrium real output be found to the left, to the right, or at full employment? So this is a good way that they could ask it without you having to draw it. But we're gonna draw it here, and you should draw it, definitely draw it on your paper at home before you start answering. Again, always going to put YF at the bottom, because that little F stands for full employment. And usually you they ask you to label the equilibrium something. So sometimes it's PL1 and Y1. Sometimes they say YE and PLE. Okay. So if we're in a recessionary output, that means that we're producing, because the equilibrium is where you're actually producing. We're producing below full employment GDP. We're producing less than full employment real GDP. So that means that the actual unemployment rate, again, is higher than the NRU. Okay. So we are going to say that the equilibrium will be found to the right. Well, let me see. Let me make sure. Let me read it correctly again. Would the current equilibrium be found to the left? Oh. Whoop. See, I'm glad I read it again. To the left of full employment. I wish they said it a little bit differently, of full employment. Okay. So it's going to look like this. It's going to be to the left of the full employment. So LRAS is going to be on the right. Okay. So the central bank and the government do not take any policy actions to close the output gap. Oh, we just did this, didn't we? And we did a recession again. So hopefully you should be able to do this without me because I just did it. Okay. So explain how the economy will adjust to the full employment long-run equilibrium. Okay. So if it says central bank and government do not take any policy actions, okay, you're going to say that SRAS shifts right, okay, to get a new long-run equilibrium, or get to the long-run equilibrium. Okay. So here you're going to say that aggregate demand remains unchanged. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm kind of pausing here is because when the central bank and the government do not take any policy actions, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be that automatic stabilizer. But I don't really think that's what they're going for here. Okay. They're going for the adjustment with supply shifting. Okay, so explain how the economy would adjust to full employment. You're going to say that short-run aggregate supply will increase due to falling wages. Okay, so let's see what this looks like on our handy-dandy Phillips curve that just shows the ADAS graph. I'm really for them trimming the Phillips curve out of the curriculum someday because it's basically the same thing. It is kind of handy in that it gives you a pretty good review of everything that you've done, but it doesn't really show anything new. Okay. Okay, so we were in a recession, so I put my recession dot here. Okay, now I know that the gentleman talked about the Phillips curve and how when supply shifts to the right, the Phillips curve is going to shift inward. They're kind of mirror images of each other, and if you are a fan, and some of you, it seemed like from the chat earlier or yesterday, just the big old fans of Mr. Clifford, he like does this dance where he throws his hands up in the air. Okay, whatever. But I guess it does. It is helpful because they do they are mirror images of one another. So just picture supply and the Phillips curve. And if one shifts to the right, the other shifts to the left. And so they kind of mirror each other. If the supply shifts to the left, the Phillips curve shifts to the right. So here we've got a decrease in inflation and an increase in real GDP. And so that means we have a decrease in unemployment. So you would have to show a new curve that would be an inward amount. SRPC1. Okay. All right. So the short run Phillips curve will shift left as the economy adjusts to full employment output. All right, so one of you guys asked me about this or asked someone to go over it. This is about how you correct an output gap, okay? And a lot of like cheat sheets will give you the formulas for the tax and spend multiplier, and then they like don't show you how to utilize them. Now, our cheat sheet, Dylan and Krish's cheat sheet did give you the whole formula, which I liked, in that you do the multiplier times the change in government spending equals the change in GDP. But you really do need a little bit more information about how to fix an output gap, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and I always put my formula first, like I write it out, so that way I don't forget. CI talks about the minimum change of government spending required to shift the aggregate demand curve. Okay, so I'm going to use my government spending formula, also called the simple spending multiplier. So it's 1 over MPS times the change in government spending equals change in GDP. So you've got 1 over 0.2. How do I know that the MPS is 0.2? Because the MPC is 0.8. And so the MPC and the MPS must equal 1. So 1 over 0.2 is 5. 5 times the change in government spending. Well, we don't have the change in government spending, right? Because it's asking us, we look in the question, indicate the direction and change of government spending. So this is our X variable. This is the variable that is unknown. Then it asks for the change in GDP. And a lot of my students would be like, oh, 520. That's the change in GDP. No, that is not the change in GDP. Okay, that is what we want it to be. We want GDP to be 520, but we're not starting at 0. We're not that bad off. We're starting at 500. Okay, so real output is lower than we'd like. We'd like it to go up 20 billion. So we're going to put in 20 billion here. And that's a positive 20 billion. Now, if the output gap were different, if we were kind of overproducing and we were producing past full employment, which is called an inflationary period, then we would say that we would want that GDP to go down. All right, so we just solve for X. 5X equals 20 billion. We divide both sides by 5 to get 4 billion. All right. So I'm going to erase this now because I need some room to do the tax multiplier. Okay, I'm going to give you a second to write that down if you haven't already. Ooh, but I'm going to put up here by the side because we've got to compare the two in a minute. I want to do 2 things. I want to show the change in government spending up here, but I also want to remind you that that spending multiplier is 5. So I'm erasing now. Okay. So part 2 asks about the change in taxes required. So you're going to use your formula that the gentleman gave you, negative MPC over MPS times change in taxes equals change in GDP. The negative MPC over MPS, that part is called the tax multiplier. So we have the MPC and the MPS. They gave us the MPC, and we've already computed the MPS. So 0.8 over 0.2 is simply 4. Let me go up here. But don't forget that negative sign. Times a change in taxes. That's what we don't know. Again, we know that we want GDP to go up by 20 billion. So we've got negative 4x equals 20 billion. So x equals negative. Hold on, I wrote the wrong thing up there. 20 billion. So we need to decrease taxes by $5 billion. Here, if the spending multiplier is 5, the tax multiplier is negative 4. I just realized I wrote down the change up there and not what we needed. Okay, so 1 over MPS is 5. 5 and 20 divided by 5 is 4. So let me redo that. So the change in spending, I'm going to put it out by my answer, needs to be 4 billion, and the change positive increase, and the change in taxes needs to go down by 5 billion. Okay. As you notice, the change in taxes has got to be greater than the change in spending in order to get the same amount, right, of change. So in order to increase the economy by 20 billion, you've got to decrease taxes by more than you increase government spending. Okay? So that's what it asks about here in part C. So the absolute value of the minimum change in taxes must be greater than, and explain. In all previous years, I never really thought this was an explanation, but they always took it. As long as you said the change in taxes must be greater than the change in government spending, because the tax multiplier is weaker than the spending multiplier. They took that. Not really the reason. I think I have plenty of time because we've still got just 1 or 2 more FRQs, so I can explain why. Government spending is a part of aggregate demand and a part of GDP, right? So when the government spends 20 billion, it immediately makes GDP go up by 20 billion. Then you give $20 billion out to like construction workers and teachers, and what are they going to do? They're going to go spend it out in the economy. And when they spend it out in the economy, that becomes income for someone else. And then they take their new income and then they go buy stuff with it. All right. And the cycle keeps going and going. Well, that cycle that I just talked about is consumption spending. So if the NPS is 0.2, then that means that first boost of consumption spending, 20% of 20 is 4. So consumption spending is going to go up by 16, then it's going to go up by 80% of 16, and so forth. Okay? Do you see taxes anywhere in that formula? How taxes can change GDP directly? No, you can't. All right? So if they cut taxes by 20 billion, that puts basically 20 billion dollars in people's pockets. But you don't have that original injection. You do get the 16 billion because they're going to take that 20 billion in tax cut and they're going to save 20% of it, put it in their bank account and their savings account, and then they're going to spend the rest. Okay? But with a tax cut, people will initially save part of their tax cut. And so it does not make the GDP go up by as much because you don't have that first injection of government spending. Okay? But again, I've always seen on the key them take that right there, that the tax multiplier is weaker than the government spending multiplier, even though what I just told you is the actual explanation. They may be picky this year. If they are, let me just add to that real fast and I try to be as concise as possible. People will save part of their income before their tax break. I mean, basically, if you say something about that, that's why the tax multiplier is not as powerful. Okay. Assume instead that the Central Bank of Indonesia takes actions to restore the economy to full employment output by influencing investment spending. Explain how these actions taken by the central bank will impact the equilibrium interest rate illustrated on a correctly labeled graph of the money market. Okay. So here we're going to do the money market. Remember, supply is vertical. Even though you don't have to draw it, you have to understand that because they may ask you questions. We're going to put nominal interest rates on the Y. And this kind of may be a cheesy way to remember that the money market has nominal on the Y, is that like M&M, you know, that wonderful candy that does not melt in your pocket? Well, M, money market, and M and M, okay? And so it's not M and R, or yeah, anyway, so it's M and M, all right? So the N goes beside the M. All right. So they're trying to influence investment spending, right? If they're trying to influence investment spending and you're in a recession, because that's what was going on in the initial part of the problem, they're going to increase the money supply. Because if they increase the money supply, banks have more to lend. And when banks have more to lend, then the interest rate will drop. When the interest rate drops, people are going to buy bigger houses and cars. And more importantly, businesses are going to buy more capital goods. So if you see investment on the exam, I need you to know that investment spending is not like stocks and bonds. That investment spending means that you're buying capital goods. Okay. Explain how the actions taken by the central bank will impact the nominal interest rate. Illustrated, okay, so nominal interest rate goes down. The PPC below represents the economy of Andoria. A represents output prior to the policy action. Okay, so assume that the action from Part D has the intended effect on investment spending. Explain how the resulting change in the output would be illustrated on the PPC above. So A is a recession. When you get out of the recession, and hopefully this action does, you move to the curve. Not out here, but to the curve. That's the whole point. Okay, so that's all you had to put for E, is that you're just going to be moving to the curve. Okay, now, if they asked you what will happen in the long run, all right, which is not what they asked here, but the long run would actually shift outward or to the right, and the PPC would shift outward as a result of increased investment spending. If they did ask that, then here's what I would say, and I kind of typed it out in that document that Dylan had, okay, which I think that they actually put in another FRQ that we'll be doing. But investment spending by businesses will increase capital accumulation. So more capital goods will be accumulated. You can either say capital accumulation or capital stock, but you have to use one of those phrases. So we'll increase capital accumulation, thus businesses will be able to produce more in the long run. As their capacity to produce increased. Boom. Done. All right, so here's a Unit 2 question. And this is straight out of an old one that they've done, even though they re-released new FRQ's 2020 practice. Okay. So Galiland produces 3 final goods: bread, water, and fruit. The table above shows this year's output and price level for each good. Calculate this year's nominal GDP. So nominal GDP is just like what you would normally think GDP is. So I would tell my students to, so if they said nominal GDP, just think normal. Like, how would you normally say the value of production is? You would just take the prices times the quantities, right? So you're going to take the price of bread and you're going to multiply it by the loaves of bread, which is the quantity. So 6 times 4, 24, add my zeros. Okay. 1,000 gallons of water, $1 per gallon, 1,000. 800 pieces of fruit times $2 a slice, $1,600. Okay. And then I'm going to add all of those up, and that gets me the nominal GDP. I don't have much room. 4, 5. Did I do something wrong? I don't remember that being. Maybe they changed the numbers. 24, 1,000. 4, 5. Okay, 5,000. Okay. Assume that the GDP deflator, which is a price index, is 100 in the base year and 125 this year. Calculate each of the following. Okay, so you've got a formula to find real GDP, which is what it's asking here in B2. I'm going to skip to B2 and then I will do B1. Okay. So the formula is nominal GDP equals real GDP times the GDP deflator over 100. So I don't know if you did this in chemistry class. A lot of my students say, oh yeah, I did that in chemistry. Anytime you have a 3-variable formula and one thing equals 2 other things multiplied together, you could kind of put it in a little triangle. As long as you remember what's on top, it should allow you to manipulate the formula better. Okay, so N on top and then R or P, you could put P here. And so sometimes I would do this. I would put P here and R. Because I talk about NPR stories quite a bit in my class, all my students know that I like NPR. And so N goes on top, P, R. All right, but this P stands for a price index. And you just have to know that that price index is the GDP deflator and that you're going to put it over 100. So maybe might be beneficial for you to put GDP deflator over 100. Just doesn't work for my whole little acronym for my favorite radio station. Okay, so nominal GDP is what we're trying to find a real GDP. So we're going to put nominal GDP over the price index divided by 100. So we figured our nominal GDP, 5,000. Okay, divided by the price index of 125 over, and this part is the over 100. Okay. Usually I would tell my students just do 5,000 because they didn't get calculators. So I would say just do 5,000 over 125 and then move your decimal around, because I had to teach them tricks on how to do stuff without, a calculator. But you guys know that if you're dividing this number 125 by 100, it's just going to be 1.25. And you'll be able to put that in a calculator for this year's exam. So I'm going to pull out my handy dandy calculator too. I'm going to put 5,000 divided by 1.25 and I get 4,000. Thought that's what it was, but I just want to make sure because I'm on live TV with 144 people. Okay. So real GDP equals 4,000. That's what you're going to put in for BII. All right. To find the inflation rate, you're going to use the formula. Let me clear this up a little bit. New minus old over old. But I think it's just way easier just to do change over original, because you know which direction it's going. I mean, like, I don't really see the need to know if it's a positive or a negative, because you can just fix that later. So always percent change formula. So rate of inflation, rate of economic growth. If you're calculating elasticity for micro and you need to do a percent change, just change over original times 100. So here your change goes from 100 to 25. And so you can just put 25 over 100, which is the original, times 100 is going to get 25%. Now, it just so happens, because the base year is 100, or because we're talking about going from the base year, you could have just said 25 and not had to do the over the original. But a lot of times College Board does not put that on there. They'll go from like 120 to 140 on the CPI. And if they do that, you can't just subtract. You say 20% and 1, or, you're going to get at least that part wrong. So make sure you always put your change over your original. Okay. So 25% is the answer there. For BI. I'm going to leave it up for just a second before I erase it. Or go to the next slide. Okay, we do need to know what just happened to that inflation rate. So it was 25%, right? So you have to know that to do this next part. Since the base year, workers have received a 20% increase in their nominal wages. So what has happened to their real wages? Explain. You're going to need to use this formula, and it is nominal wages, and it's really the percent change in nominal wages equals real wages, or really the percent change in real wages plus inflation. And really that's the percent change in inflation. Okay, I kind of usually just don't worry about that part and understand that's in percentages. Okay, so yeah, you think you've scored. You just got a 20% raise. Woohoo! Okay, that's going to be, even if it didn't say nominal wages, if it just said wages, you should know that that's just nominal wages, because nobody goes to like their friends and they're like, hey, bud, I just got a 20% raise, but because of inflation being 5%, my real wage is only 15%. Nobody does that. No. Okay. So the nominal wage change is the same as just saying I got a raise. Okay. So the nominal wage goes up 20%. Inflation has gone up 25% in that last scenario. Okay. So they're asking what must have happened to the real wage. To get R by itself, basic algebra, you need to subtract 25 from both sides. When you do that, you're going to get a negative 5%. And those workers, they thought that they were doing good, but they didn't, because inflation has eroded the value of their awesome 20% pay increase. So when they say explain on this point, you cannot just do the math and say, boom, done. Okay. You actually, they're looking for you to write out a response. Okay. So you need to say something like, although it was really awesome that they got a 20% raise, although the wage increase of 20% was significant, unfortunately for the worker, inflation rose by a greater percent. For their real wage declined by 5%. I'll leave that up there for that last one. For just a second. Identify an open market operation that the Central Bank of Galiland could implement to lower the inflation rate. So make sure that if they say open market operation, that you actually give them the open market operation. Sometimes my students would say, okay, they want to lower the inflation rate. Well, they're going to have to do contractionary monetary policy, which is correct, because contractionary monetary policy decreases aggregate demand, and so that makes inflation go down. But then they get the problem wrong, because they would tell me the whole slew of things they need to do. They would say, they should sell bonds, they should raise the RRR, and they should raise the discount rate. Oh, and when they sell bonds, that will in turn raise the federal funds rate. They give them all the answers with all the tools. But the thing about it is they've asked you what open market operations is. So basically, this is assessing, do you know what open market operations is? And that's only the buying and selling of the bonds. So we're trying to get inflation to go down, so we're going to sell bonds, or the Fed is going to sell bonds. Okay. Indicate the effect on the open market operation that you identified in E on the following: the money demand, and nominal interest rates. Explain. Okay. So usually when they ask about open market operations, usually they're asking you to shift supply. Okay. They're not asking about demand. So I think I might answer this in two different ways. Okay. So I know where they're trying to go. They're saying that the inflation rate's lowered. Okay. So when inflation goes down, what happens? So basically, by the way, they're shifting the supply of money to the left when they do this open market operations. But since it didn't specifically talk about that, I'm going to erase this real fast. Okay. Because they're talking about the inflation rate. I think somebody asked on the board, all right, what affects the demand for money? And so the demand for money has two demands. It has the asset demand for money and the transaction demand for money. The transaction demand for money is just the money that you use to use for your everyday purchases, okay? If inflation goes down, do you need to buy the same amount of stuff? Do you need to have more money on you or less money on you if inflation declines? So the answer is that you need less money on you, right? Because if, every day you buy a $5 coffee at Starbucks and that's all you buy, and the price goes down to $4, well, you don't need to keep as much pocket change because, well, Starbucks has got happy hour going. Woohoo. So you don't have to have as much money on you for that. So when inflation goes down, the demand for money decreases. That's kind of a trick, because I can imagine kids saying that, well, when the Fed does open market operations, that only decreases supply. But it will affect demand as well because of bringing down inflation decreases your demand for money. Okay. So you guys probably want me to type that out on the explain. Nominal interest rates go down. When inflation decreases. use the word transactions, they're really going to think you're hot stuff because you know that this is related to the transaction demand for money. So people will demand less money for transactions. This decrease in money demand will lower darn you. Not working the way I want you to. There we go. And that is part F2. So why don't I label that? Identify how the change in nominal interest rates identified in F2 will affect the following in Galaland. The price of previously issued bonds. If interest rates and bond prices are inversely related, interest rates and bond prices are inversely related. So if interest rates go down, which is what we just said happened, then bond prices will go up. And I've seen on other exam questions where they asked you to explain this, and then they took something that I don't think is an explanation. They take because they're inversely related. To me, that's not an explanation. It's just a relationship. But they take that. So let's just go with that. So because interest rates and bond prices are inversely related. Since they didn't ask you to explain, I'm not going to type that one out. This is where they ask you about the economic growth rate. That stuff that Dylan and Chris said wouldn't be on the exam. Now, it's probably only going to be 1 point, and they are totally correct in that it's not as important. What's on the exam that's important is ADAS, no doubt. Like, it used to be every year, the very first questions, and it always has been ADAS. What's funny is I was teaching, and my first year teaching, I told them that. I said, every year it's ADAS. It's going to be the first question on the FRQs, no doubt. And then what they do, they had the Phillips curve on there. It's like 2 years out of 20 years of all the FRQs had to be my first year teaching. Anyway, but that's a rarity. It's always ADAS. Okay, so that's important, but I don't want you to skip out on something like this because it could be, the difference between a 4 and a 5. So the economic growth rate will increase because interest rates just went down. Okay. Oh. I'm just checking my work here on F because they could want a decrease in supply. And that's generally what they want here when you're lowering the inflation rate. But they purposely asked about money demand, which is going to go down. So before I get into some diatribe about the economic growth rate, I want to double check my work here, okay? So if I decrease supply 2, and I decreased the demand for money, which is what they asked me about, my nominal interest rates are staying the same. A lot of times I've seen them take multiple answers based on what you said previously, okay? So, dang. Should have checked to see what they wanted here. Because usually, and again, usually they will accept both answers if you have reasoned it correctly, okay? I'm going to keep going with interest rates went down, and then I'll talk to you about how everything basically would be the reverse. Here's another good thing on the FRQs. If you get 1 point wrong, whatever follows is also correct. Like if you say something right based on something that you said previously wrong, then if it follows, then you get the point right. Okay? So I'm going to say here, text. If the interest rate and you know what you can also do is you can do like a cover your butt thing where you kind of say both things, which is what I'm going to do here. If the interest rate goes down following a decrease in the demand for money, then businesses will increase investment spending. When businesses buy a greater amount of capital accumulation. Accumulation occurs. This allows for greater potential output as you have greater amount of resources. Okay, so I'm going to say that, but then I'm also going to say, however, in order to lower inflation, the Federal Reserve will decrease money supply, which increases interest rates. This causes the opposite on economic growth. This is not actually a bad example of how you can kind of be led astray by thinking about things too much. So in thinking back, I think what I would do is change my answer, even though I hate to, because I know I'm right about this. I'm thinking this is a step that they want you to do later, because since the open market operation, in order to do that, they're going to decrease the money supply. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to say that I think here I would do another cover my butt and say, and like explain why when inflation decreases, people demand less for transactions. And then I'm also going to say, however, in order to decrease the inflation, the Federal Reserve had to decrease the money supply and thereby increasing interest rates. When you have both shifting at once, it can create an indeterminate effect on interest rates. Okay? But to get the inflation down, again, they would have to actually decrease the interest rate. So I'm going to change my answer all around. I know this is going to get a tweet storm going, but it's kind of not a bad thing. And the reason why is because you're going to do this sometimes. You're going to overthink yourself. Okay? You can do that with econ. So the money demand will change, but we're just going to say it's no change right now. And that nominal interest rates will go up. Okay? So that means I'm going to change my part F. Although it will. What I'll do is tonight I'll look and see what they put in the answer key and kind of update this. This is just really tricky because I know what happens to the demand for money when you lower the inflation rate. Oh well. Okay. We've still got 30 minutes left. And so that might be a good time for me to double check on that. But I have the stuff right here. I want to talk about terms of trade because I think I've got a pretty good like step-by-step approach on how you deal with terms of trade. Okay. So how to solve the problems on terms of trade. Okay. So the boys did a good job. But I think that if you write down these steps, it's like you cannot go wrong. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to put the terms of trade in terms of one good. Okay? So, because normally, except for in this question, they don't normally ask it like that. Normally they say, okay, how much would one machine be for how many foods? Or would one machine for 5 foods be a good deal? Okay? They normally give you the terms of trade, except for on this problem, which was from 2019 in part 2. Okay? So one food equals what? All right. So you're going to put it in terms of one thing. Okay? I don't want you to fill that in yet. I'm just saying you're going to look at the one food column. You are only going to look at the food column. Do not worry about the capital goods column, because if you worry about the capital goods column, it's going to get really tricky and confusing. So just look at the food column. And the reason why you're looking at that is because these are the cost of food. One food equals 2 capital goods for Sweden. Remember, this is an output problem, so we put opposite on top, 100 over 50 to find the opportunity cost. So one food costs 2 capital goods for Sweden. So therefore, Sweden is the seller. If they're going to trade, Sweden is going to sell food because they have a lower opportunity cost. Norway, on the other hand, they should be buying food and selling capital goods because they have a lower opportunity cost for food. Or excuse me, because they have a higher opportunity cost for food. So after you do step 2, where you look at only one column, the food column, think about what's good for each one. Again, Sweden is the seller. So you don't sell, if you're a seller, you don't want to sell something for $2 if your cost is $2. You want to sell it for more than $2. So Sweden wants anything greater than 2 capital goods. Norway is the buyer, and so they want anything for less than 4 capital goods. Because think, if you're a buyer, what do you like? You like low prices. And if you can make it yourself for $4, a food unit for $4, then why would you go and buy it somewhere else? Because that cost, you know, it contains all like the pain in the neck it takes to make your own food. It's included in that 4 capital good cost. So you want something lower than that. So buyers like low, sellers like high. Duh, you know that, okay? What's good for both is somewhere in between. So one food unit is greater than 2 for Sweden. They're going to like the deal, okay? And if one food unit is less than 4, they're going to like the deal. So something in between there like 3, but it does not have to be exactly in between. one food for 3 capital would be mutually advantageous or mutually beneficial? This question is the weirdest one. I've never seen them ask this on the AP exam until 2019. They're asking about 10 units of food and how much, like, identify something, the amount of capital goods that could be traded for 10 units of food. So how I've taught my students to solve this problem is just one food equals 3 capital goods. That would be a good deal for both of them because it's in between the 2 sellers' opportunity cost. So 10 food, therefore, would be traded for 30 capital goods. That's mutually advantageous, okay? So if you guys will give me a minute. Krish, are you still in the room? Or Dylan, are you still in the room? If you are, ping me on Slack. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is looking at these questions that you have. All right. So I see one thing about calculations with MPS and MPC and balance sheets. I did that. If you want me to do that again, re-explain crowding out. Okay, cool. Create an equation sheet for the test. Okay. Inflation and real interest rates. Okay. So let me create an equation sheet. Because we've got like 15 minutes left and, well, a little bit more than 15 minutes. I would like to go research something on that one question just to make sure I'm right. So if Dylan or Krish are in the room and they would like to come out, that would be great. Give me just a second. I'm going to ping them. Cool. Dylan says he's good to come up. See, you guys, your fanboys can get a little bit more Dylan. A little bit more Dylan action. He's about to come up. Let me get him invited. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. Can you start a formula sheet? I mean, all the formulas I'd say are in your big old packet, but like maybe a formula sheet on a Google Doc for them. And then there was another, can you explain crowding out again? I don't think that that was a part of, I think that those questions were from before. And I think you might have done it, but if you want to re-explain that again, you could do that as well. But I think they'd like a formula sheet. So
yeah, absolutely.
If you want to get a Google Doc started, do I need to make that bigger for you when you do?
Yeah, I'm just about to share my screen. I just created it.
Okay, cool.
There you go. Yeah. Am I doing this just in the background, or should I like talk and stuff as I go along?
Yeah, either way, I don't care.
All right.
Whatever the people demand. They love to hear your voice, Dylan, so maybe you should talk to.
Oh, Chris is here too. Hey.
Yeah.
We're
So
back.
this is your thing right here. Okay. All right. I'm going to go off for just a minute so I can.
All right. We're back. We're back 3.5 hours later, something like that. So we're just going to be putting together a quick formula sheet. Sorry, I'm just putting a quick heading on here. And I figure we can just go unit by unit and just bam this thing out. All right, so let's say so 1, and that's basic economic concepts. I guess we can also do maybe some like unofficial formula stuff like comparative, like the mathy parts, I guess, right? Like, what do you think? All right, cool. All right. So if we just go unit by unit, let me just get the units down first. So basic econ concepts, we've got, I call it macro measures. What's unit 3 called? Unit 3 certainly has a name, but it's one that I don't know. Let me look. National income and price determination. Yeah, it's the aggregate unit. Financial sector and long-run consequences of stabilization policies. There we go. All right, so unit 1, any formulas that are worth knowing? Yes, for like output problem, right? So like for an output problem, right, you want to do other under for opportunity cost, and for an input problem, you want to do, I guess, the other under, right? So if we just kind of like are there any other formulas that you can think of for unit 1? Like, I mean, it's such a small unit in general that, you know what I mean?
Any other formulas except comparative advantage, or just sort of knowing what opportunity cost is. So
yeah, I'm trying to think, like, unit 1 is such a small unit that in general that I don't think there's really any real yeah. And by like other over or other under, I mean like if you have a table, right, and I'm just going to put random numbers in it as an example, right? If you have a random it'll look, wait, I'm trying to think of what this table should look like. I think it should look like this, yeah. Right, so if we have, let's say, the United States and France, right, and let's say they are producing boats and they are producing, I don't know, computers, right? And let's say we can produce 12 and 6, 15 and 3, right? When I say opportunity cost for an output problem is other over, right, I'm saying that one boat equals over 12, so 6 over 12 computers, and vice versa. That one computer is the other over, so 12 over 6 computers. That's what I mean by that, all right? Here's a quick example for an output problem. There we go. Right. And then similarly, right, one boat here is going to be equal to 3 over 15, or 1/5 of a boat or a computer. And here, one computer is equal to 15 over 3 boats. Right, and then obviously you can simplify those fractions as you move along, but that's the basic idea of other, under, and over. I'm just like looking through those questions, but it's been 3 hours and I haven't been here, so half of this stuff I really don't know. Okay, so moving into macro measures. This is, in my opinion, probably one of the, if not the most math-heavy units. So I think I'm gonna like make these titles a little bigger. There we go. Right, so I guess if we think for macro measures, we've got, there we go. We've got GDP, inflation, and unemployment, right? And then calculate all those. So you have GDP, and that one would be things like GDP equals C, plus I plus G plus X of N. And that's the same as Is there really no way to like those two up? That's infuriating. Oh, that's mean. Equals W plus I plus R plus P. Any other like specific GDP formulas that you know of? Like not just to calculate GDP, but anything in general.
Well, there's the value-added approach, but I don't think they'll test that mathematically. So
No, they're not gonna.
I think we can skip that.
It's so much work that I really don't foresee it. Nor I didn't even learn the value-added approach. I'll be perfectly honest. I didn't learn it.
Yeah, and if you want to find GDP per capita, just divide the GDP by population or something.
Per capita equals GDP divided by population. There we go. Inflation, right? And also, I know this is kind of being thrown together pretty scrappily. After the stream, I will be sure to throw this together and really make it look like decent. So don't worry. CPI is equal to the current year over the base year times 100. There's that. There's GDP deflator is equal to what is it? Nominal over real, right? Okay. Nominal GDP over real. GDP times 100. There's some percent change as well, which is final minus initial over initial, as we went over. What else? Any other inflation calculations that you know of?
That's it, I think.
Let me see if I can. Let me see. CPI, inflation rate, percent change formula. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. For unemployment, right? We've got everything about the labor force, right? So we have labor force, which is employed workers plus unemployed workers, right? And you can also think of this as, how do you define the labor force? As like all people able and willing, right? That's what it is, right? Able and willing to work as labor force.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Labor force. So employed plus unemployed.
Right. That's what I put right there.
Yeah. Good.
And then from there, we know also then that the labor force participation rate, right, is what is that? Just labor force over population, or
it's over
population.
It's not total population; it's working age population.
Yeah, adult population.
Right, times 100.
Yeah,
that's what 664.
It's the 16 or above, but it's also non-institutionalized and civilian. But I guess I don't need to know all that.
Right. I mean, there's probably so many like codes and laws about what means employed and what means not employed.
Yeah.
So many little like, you know, unemployment rate, obviously, just unemployed over labor force.
Yeah.
I guess times 100.
After you finish that one, because you're probably done with your unit 2, did you do CPI yet?
Yeah, we went just GDP, unemployment, inflation, unemployment.
Okay, cool. Let me hop back on. If you guys want to stick around, you can, or you can leave. We might want to finish this out, but I want to go back to that FRQ because I got my answer that I wanted, or I got an answer. Okay, so hate that.
Yeah, I'm happy to just mute myself and hang out in the background.
Pardon?
And then I'll take down this video.
If you want to hang out in the background, you can, or you can go out. I don't care. Okay?
Cool. Yeah, I'll just.
Well, I'm glad I looked. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were asking chat. The chat doesn't exist.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Okay. That's the nice thing about chat, right? Okay, so I'm going to go back. All right. Ooh. So that change in money demand will happen, but it's going to happen after this change. Okay. I was hoping that they were asking a actual money demand change question, because I could imagine it being on the test if they're trying to get tricky. But Chris said that they're not really trying to get tricky this year. It seems like it's over like major stuff. They weren't being mean to you. Okay. So money demand is going to stay stable for now. Then supply decreases when they sell bonds. Okay, that was the whole point of lowering the inflation rate. So I'm going to take out all this junk. All right. And we're going to say that the interest rate increased because of the decrease in supply of money. And they kept the demand curve unchanged. Then it does move later. But then, okay. Hold on, let me erase this. Also, I don't know if you guys are like me, but I am burning the candle at both ends right about now. Okay, so supply money's decreased because we wanted to lower the inflation rate, so we sold bonds. Okay, when we sold bonds, this decreases the money supply and increases the nominal interest rate. If interest rates go up, that means that bond prices have to go down because they are inversely related. So interest rate up, bond price down. Okay. When interest rates go up, the economic growth rate will decline. Okay. Economic growth decreases. Capitalize G there. Plus, as interest rates increase, businesses buy less, fewer capital goods. And leads, I might say something about depreciation. As depreciation regularly occurs, this will decrease the capital stock. Businesses will have a decrease in the potential to produce. Economic growth will decline. And LRAS shifts left. Someone asked about the Phillips curve and LRPC, and if it shifts, it does. If LRAS shifts left, then the Phillips curve is going to shift right, because remember that supply, they're mirror images of each other. Okay. All right. So I'm going to minimize that now. And do you want to bring that other document up, Dylan?
Yeah, for sure. I just got through unit 3, so.
Okay, cool. Good deal.
Unit 3 should just be the multiplier effect, right? Like I'm trying to really pull everything out of my brain.
Yeah. So you're going to do
yeah.
the policy multiplier, the simple spending multiplier, the tax multiplier. And sometimes I teach my kids the balanced budget multiplier, which is, it's just if you have a balanced budget, you're going to put those two together and it's always just going to equal 1. So if the spending multiplier is 5, tax multiplier is always going to be -4. You put it together and that's 1. And so GDP will increase or decrease by the amount of the change in spending and taxes. So if spending and taxes goes up by 100 million, then GDP will go up by 100 million. If taxes and spending go down, GDP will go down by 100 million. And you don't have to like do any kind of math with that. Oh, here's another thing. I doubt they'll do this, but in multiple choice questions they did, and that's give you a table with your disposable income and your spending, and then you would have to derive the MPC from that.
Yeah,
okay.
I got those.
You've had those before, so that might be good to teach the kiddos how to do that, because I can imagine students like freaking out about that. So maybe you want to can you do like a little table and just MPC constant throughout. Do you want me to do that?
I can do my best. Yeah, it's definitely not going to get done in the next like few minutes, but I can try.
Okay.
So like on one side it would be consumption, on one side it would be income.
Right. And hey guys, make sure that you know it's disposable income. I've had a problem where they took out taxes. So maybe let's delete your screen right now. Let me bring up a whiteboard on, and then I'll do that table. You do the rest of the Are you going to do the rest of the formulas? I mean, there's really only a multiplier.
Money multiplier, and the productivity stuff, yeah. And unit 5, yeah. And even that, I don't really see that being tested. Maybe the rule of 70?
No, rule of 70 is not on there anymore. But productivity, as far as outputs over inputs, has been tested. Okay.
I know the rule of 70 showed up at the end by multiple choice last year, so.
What'd you say? Rule of 70 showed up in multiple choice?
It might have. I know I definitely learned it. Or maybe I just applied it and it was like, what is it? It's like every 70 years, productivity doubles or something like that, right?
Yeah. We'll put it in there. I mean, it couldn't hurt. I just haven't seen it on the exams when I was teaching, but I stopped teaching full-time a year ago. And and my students would have definitely told me if they put something on there that I hadn't taught them, because, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Although they're not supposed to. No. And you guys don't tweet about things you shouldn't tweet about.
I feel really bad. The AP memes were destroyed this year. They ruined them by giving us 12 different tests.
I know. They were so good. And so I would tell my students, don't ever tweet, because one of our students tweeted one year and AP, our college board, called our school and said that they were going to delete, or they were going to drop all of our scores for like all of AP US history. And all the kid did was said, I'm super pumped because my favorite Reagan was on the FRQ, which, I mean, like, he's not supposed to say that what's on the FRQ, right?
It's like, oh my goodness, the DBQ was insert prompt. Like, he was just like, that's like saying, oh my goodness, the American Revolution showed up on my A pushes. Like, of course it did.
Yeah.
Like saying, oh wow, GDP my macro. Like, yes, it's macro.
You know?
Well, I say that having not seen game theory so far on the micro tests.
Did they have?
Not one student that I've talked to has gotten a payoff mix.
That's
so much calculated marginal cost and marginal utility, and they gave us a problem where it was like part A was like calculate whatever, then B was based off part A, calculate this, right? And that they do that sometimes. But C was based on your answer in part B, and this went from like A through E. And I mean, they were easy enough. Like, it was calculate the profit maximizing quantity, calculate the profit. And I'm like, stop it.
Yeah.
I'm like 25 minutes into this question, scrambling to type this into a Google Doc, and it's like,
Yeah.
Oh God, I wish we were allowed to graph.
I'm sure you did fine. Heck, you taught the course. I'm sure you did fine.
I'm confident I got at least a 4, but like I can definitely see myself having made like 1 or 2 stupid mistakes here and there, just enough to like knock me down to a high 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the truth. I mean, like, since there's fewer questions, like me making that mistake in that last one, although let me tell you, if I explained myself pretty well, they better have given it to me, because dang it, I know I was right.
There's definitely an era of like suspicion of grading. I'm sure, like I know things are graded like 3 times by 3 different people and stuff, but like,
yeah,
I mean, there's got to be like a teacher's like, I would give you this point, but then another teacher's like, well, I would, or I mean, for macro, I always the one thing I loved about macro, some of the questions would just be, would this increase, decrease, or stay the same? And they wouldn't ask to explain. And so I would just sit there and give a 1-word answer.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, usually they would put their heads down after 30 minutes. They'd have an hour, right? But like, who needs an hour on macro before or micro before, because there weren't many explain points.
Oh, you could, I took macro last year. I got through the free response questions in like 20 minutes. And the worst part is, like, with these questions online, like for question 1, you have to wait. But once you get done with question 2, you can submit in 15 minutes, and they just doesn't say, good job. And same for like APUSH and Lang, where once you finish your essay and submit, even if there are 30 minutes left on the clock, they'll say, okay, good job, congratulations. Whereas with a sit down test, you're not, you can't get up and walk out of the And so I distinctly remember sitting there for 40 minutes, having checked over these answers 2 or 3 times. I knew I was right, except for FRQ 2, which I know now that I screwed up.
But you still got 5, right? So.
Well, yeah, no, but that's because the multiple choice was there to carry me. That multiple choice was. But what I really got lucky on was, so our whole class. So my teacher was pregnant the year I took macro, and so she went on maternity leave in December. So she tried teaching us as much as she could, and we got through unit 5 by December.
Yeah.
At my school, macro was a full year course. It was a full year course. My school doesn't do micro now.
Yeah.
So and so a long-term sub came in, and he like knew economics, but he wasn't like an AP Econ teacher. But so he taught us unit 6, which and 7 actually. There were 7 units last year. So we had to learn economic growth. And we had to learn Forex with him. And I'll never forget that he pulled the micro tariff graph on us. Like, expect to understand. I now obviously understand it, but I remember sitting there and him.
Yeah,
here's the loss. Here's the tariff revenue. He was just explaining how tariffs work, and I'm like sitting here like, what is this what is this surplus you're talking about? What is this like?
Yeah.
I'm losing my mind.
It's overtime. So let me invite Ann on, and maybe he will say goodnight to everyone.
Don't turn the chat back on. They're going to make me default dance.
Okay. And also, guys, like Dylan and Chris were saying earlier, just make sure that you relax tomorrow a little bit. If you're able to go outside and walk around like I can in my neighborhood, because it's not really populated, then get outside and get some sunshine. I don't know, listen to music, do whatever that you can to de-stress yourself. Because I know that these are super, super hard on your psyche.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say during those, actually for some reason, for me at least, the hardest part of those exams, you have to log in 30 minutes early, but you can get their pre-security stuff done in like 5 minutes.
Oh,
and so yeah, but so for the first 2 tests I took, which was calc and not macro, I took macro, calc and APUSH. I was too afraid to even move during those 25 minutes. Like I went to the bathroom and like filled up my water bottle and like whatever, but like I was even afraid to just like open a new tab in Chrome. Like I didn't touch anything. Then see, you could tell I've lost all care, because today I was sitting in Slack up until there were 10 minutes before my exam, and then up until there were 5 minutes until my micro exam. I was just like,
yeah, I know, because
that's gonna come back to bite me though when I get voided. I wasn't even cheating, but they're gonna like be like, "Well, we found you on a suspicious whatever."
Yeah, where you can communicate with other nerds like yourself.
best part is I was Googling something during Lang today, and it started with an S, and I almost clicked enter on Slack, and so I almost went to Slack by mistake.
Let me see.
You laugh. You know,
I thought I hit it.
But you know I would have broken.
Yeah. You know, I could very well just not be clicking on the thing, right? Okay, I'm clicking.
Say hi. Hi, David.
I'm trying to invite him. I click on the little person with the, yeah. Let me get on Slack. Did you say that you're about to get on Slack?
I'm on. Oh, are you talking to Tom or me?
You.
I'm on Slack right now, yeah.
Okay. Will you ask him to pop in, or if he or Amanda want to close it out?
Yeah. It's tagged Con on Slack. Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to invite him, and it says attendee not live, so I guess that's why I can't.
Yeah, he's not here right now. He's just not in the stream. Oh, jeez. Someone's texting me on Snapchat being like, "You promised to dance." Because last night in the micro stream, they're like default dance. And I go, "I'll do it tomorrow during the macro stream," thinking I'd be able to save it for another day.
Yeah, but they remembered.
Yeah. They remember. If every last person here gets a 5, I'll do it. No.
Yeah. Oh,
there we go. Yeah.
I would definitely do crazy stuff like that for my students. But at the same time, like, all my students mostly were seniors because it was a senior class. And so, like, you know, I didn't get to see them again after the exam.
There you go. Yeah, Tom's in Slack. I mean, in the live stream. Oh, I regret. I sent this guy this message on Snapchat, and I go, "I'll come back on at exactly 10 and default dance for everyone." And I didn't think I'd be here at 10. And then I popped back in just to see my honors like on the line here.
The stars aligned.
Stars have a line.
Yeah, stars aligned.
Yo.
Hey.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
All right, we made it through 10 hours of econ in 2 days.
Woo!
Hope you guys feel proud of yourself. Dylan just took an exam on it, and then he taught it.
Yeah.
I don't know, he's crazy. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for spending your time with us. Again, super appreciated. Allison, would you mind turning the chat back on?
Yeah. Again, don't know how to do that. It says disable.
Just click on the options in the top right corner.
Okay. Oh.
Then,
now I know. Hey.
Hey everyone. Hey, there they are.
Hey, I got something to say. Human capital increases productivity. You know what human capital is, right? You better know what it is, because it means that you are trained on things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Tom did the training for me on how to do stuff on Crowdcast, but apparently it didn't work out. Not on that part.
Thankfully, you know a lot more things than I do about economics and money things. So, how's everybody feeling? Everybody in the chat, if you could drop an emoji, let us know how you're feeling. Do you feel like you're going to be prepared for tomorrow? The replay link will be this same URL. Everyone is also demanding a graph sheet, formula sheet.
Yeah, so we started making one. I don't know that we finished it, but we could link that.
Yeah, it's basically finished. I'll put the link in. I'll publish and put the link in the Notion thing. It's not done. Units 4 and 5 still need to get thrown together, but it'll update once I finish it. So.
Sounds good.
I could do that little table and just send it to you on how to do MPS and MPC if they give a table.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
So those resources will be coming tonight, guys. Dylan, they're probably gonna riot if it's not uploaded tonight.
Yeah,
so.
we will do it. I promise.
I'm putting it there literally as we speak. So
we don't need any fileable protests. So
I have like the ultimate graphic, but it's like not finished yet.
Yeah.
Maybe
no worries. Yeah, I think if we can get that up for all these deserving children.
Okay. I'm telling you, it is the best graph sheet I've ever made in my life.
Yeah, nice. So let's see, we'll be up next. So just again, you guys have 3 minutes to enter the social media contest because we're choosing those winners now. If you haven't joined already, then you're going to be out of luck very soon. So make sure you, yeah, SOL. Make sure you use the hashtags 5HourGang and AP Econ, and then send us your best stuff. Is there anything else that you want to let them know? Any words of encouragement besides the graph sheet? Is there anything else that you want to include?
Yeah. Just make sure everything. Make sure you're reading the prompts, and because it's really easy to miss a word. So I would say circle in your answer document or on your paper, but you don't have that. So just like make little notes out to the side. Definitely have scratch paper. Graph all that stuff out. You know that. Because if you just try to visualize it in your head, it's just not going to be good for you. So definitely draw it out and write all your calculations out.
Mm-hmm. And guys, we will be running the trivia game. Oh, sorry. What was that, Allison?
I said that they're going to do great.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, and then just so you guys know, there will be a replay of the trivia game that happened tonight. We forgot to move that to after the stream, but we will have that up for you tomorrow before the exam, just so you guys can get like a last kind of play and a fun way to study right before the exam. So again, thank you for coming. If you're in both micro and macro, thank you for listening to Dylan's voice for 10 hours. It's a real accomplishment. So
coming for you.
You think?
Yeah, good luck, everybody. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Krish. I know you are one of our newer streamers, but it looks like things went over really well.
Definitely.
And Dylan, obviously, you are the greatest of all time. So, and you got me on camera saying that. So I won't be able to live that down.
Hey, can I clip this? I can clip this. Yes, I'm gonna clip it. Ton compliments Dylan.
I'm gonna record it as thunder.
Someone should start a podcast. Let me just.
All right, Dylan, you got a Fortnite dance for them.
Are you really gonna do this? They're gonna make me floss. They said I have to floss, and I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't even know how to do it. But it's just like this.
You gotta move back.
You gotta move back.
How back? Like this is good. I can't move hard back, but I'll do my best. Just like this.
Faster.
Yeah, I think something like that.
All right, it's been 10 hours of studying, so I get why the floss is slow to me.
Peer pressure at its greatest.
Peer pressure is good. Sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you, everybody.
It's showtime.
Perfectly competitive. This is perfectly competitive. I don't get to choose. I'm a prize taker.
Okay.
All right.
Are we out?
All right,
Oh, now
well, I don't have to because I'm an adult.